Hello, everybody. Everybody, hello. Welcome to Copy That's Whetstone Wednesday, the only Wednesday that happens to be a Whetstone for new copywriters. Now, you might be asking, what is a Whetstone? What is a Wednesday? I thought copywriting was that thing where nobody actually knows what copywriting is, but people on the internet tell me that I can get $5,000 checks every month while doing only 2 hours of work. Well, there is a grain of truth to these claims, but really good copywriters who hook up with really good businesses can easily command $5,000, $10,000, even $20,000 per month by using words in a variety of contexts and media to drive action and sell things, which is what copywriting actually is. Yes, it is that simple. But notice that in this little spiel that I have prepared for this particular stream, that I use specific words there, that really good copywriters get paid this hot, nasty money that I've just described to you. Now, they only get paid that if they're driving hella sales for really good businesses. So if you want to earn a living as a copywriter, you have to get good as a copywriter in order to drive those results. And what you are going to find over the course of your career, however short or long that it is, that if you want to earn a living, you're going to have to get those results. No reputable business is going to take a chance on you if you cannot prove to them that you are worth their time. So to that end, you got to get good. And one of the ways that you are going to get better as a writer is to make something as good as you can and then submit it to a professional for a critique so that they can show you what you are not seeing and give you suggestions for improving it. I myself am something of a professional. Rod is substantially more of a professional than me. We are professionals, and several people, in fact, have submitted copy to us. And that's what we're going to look at today. And that is actually why Whetstone Wednesday exists. It is a service to our patreon.com/thecopythatshow supporters, because we will critique your copy to help you get better. It is also, these streams, a service to the folks watching who are just learning and cannot afford our Patreon and who don't yet know whether this copywriting thing is even for them. Because you get to learn from the mistakes of others and have that knowledge that you can then apply to your own work. I know everyone here wants to feel unique and special and stuff like that, but in truth, most people just end up making the same mistakes over and over again. So if you have not been getting any clients, despite your efforts, you're probably one of these people. So in order to have your copy reviewed on a Whetstone Wednesday stream, we make it very simple for you. So step one, you become a patreon.com/thecopythatshow member. Step two, you connect your Patreon and Discord accounts. Patreon has a whole page dedicated to showing you how. Step three is you submit your copy when we put out a call for copy in our exclusive, pristine, gilded, gold-plated, VIP, luxurious, fairly nice-smelling Discord chat rooms that are exclusively for people that, have been awesome and signed up to Patreon, and not for sucky people who don't want to add to my already copious wealth. So we do these once every other week, which should give people plenty of time to whip up or revise copy for us to read. Now, here's how this is going to go. I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Sean. I am a person who does copies. Rod, he is a person who doesn't really do copies anymore. What do you do, Rod?
I do the pre-copy thinking. I do strategy, but basically it's copy with more abstract steps.
Rod is the person who tells the copywriters what to do, but in a nice way so that the copywriters feel like it's their idea, even though it's his.
Yeah, I describe it, and I am desperately seeking a better analogy. So if you in the chat have a better analogy, please give it to me, because this is awkward. I describe it as I am the person who gives birth to the creative idea that the copywriter uses, but they're the one who raises it, takes it to soccer practice, and hopefully gets it to graduate from college. So they get all the credit, but I do 9 months of hard labor.
So I think we have a few pieces of copy that are probably... Isn't that copywriting with just extra steps? It certainly is. One thing that I try to impress upon people, especially as they're new, is that I don't think learning copywriting is a waste of time, even if you will not have a career as a copywriter, for the simple reason that copywriting is a supremely transferable skill. If you want any job, any white collar in an office job, You're going to need to write memos. You're going to need to write emails. You're going to need to be able to persuade your superiors and persuade your employees. Like, you have to persuade up and down. Copywriting, again, is persuasion writ into words. And so no matter what job you get, copywriting is a supremely useful skill to have.
Yeah. And you'd be surprised by the number of like presentations and emails and just general communications that you see even in white collar industries where it's just clear that the person does not have like a very strong grasp of how to be persuasive. And it makes a huge difference.
So without further ado, I think it's time for us to review a copies.
Woohoo.
So let's do this thing. I think I remember how to do this thing. Hold on. Aha! This is a copy. And don't listen to me say that. When I say it is a copies, I'm making a joke. It is a piece of copy that we are here to review. So the first thing that we have here is some context from Mr. John Cornelius. So this is a sales page. The reader is meant to be university students and graduates who need help with job applications. The idea is that they keep getting rejected because the job application process is broken and they are doing what everyone else is doing. And the offer is a masterclass covering unique ways to perform research, which is then used to present the applicants' applications as unique and relevant. The action is to buy the masterclass for £30. Here is the link. And here we see a sales page. I can already tell you right here that it's doing a lot of good things, but there are perhaps some rooms for improvement that we can just look at from a distance. So let's actually read some of this copy. Smart job apply. Attention students and graduates. Outsmart today's broken job application process and land a role in any industry. Immediately say goodbye to doubts about the success of your professional future. Special price, £30 only. And this, when we click that, it takes us to, apparently it's some sort of order form or just the course. Normally when you see these sorts of things, this will either take you to an order form or will take you down further in the page where you can review more information about the offer. What do you think of that headline complex?
It's interesting. Also, just calling out, they say less than a night out under the button. Just an interesting touch. Under the join the masterclass button. It's okay. I feel like it needs a little bit more specificity. Something feels slightly awkward about saying attention students and graduates to me. Like if I were a student or graduate, would it feel strange for someone to refer to me as a student or graduate? Do you know where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I like, why is it students and graduates and not per se job seekers?
Yeah. People who have struggling to get interviews, something a little bit more closely tied to the idea in the main part of the headline, because even if you're not a student or a graduate, you can struggle with today's broken job application process. So just making sure that your eyebrow copy is like tuned towards that core idea and not just who your target audience is literally.
Yeah. I think in the chat, Federica makes an excellent point, which is it needs to sound like it isn't something I've already heard before. Mm-hmm. And here's the thing. You can have copy like this, copy that's sort of bland and, you know, sort of basically it's making claims that all other job application masterclasses, etc., you know, those sorts of things that people make. You can do that if you have a lot of cred. And in fact, the show's Copy That's own Lindsey, we just sent out a newsletter, a value email that was entirely about this, like how to manufacture and get cred if you don't have it already. That went out to the email list that we have that you can sign up to at copythatshow.com. Look at all the plugs that I'm doing today. I'm trying to get better at the plug thing. But you were always better than the plugs at me, though.
I'm just so proud we're doing them now, and you know, we've grown so much.
we've gone so far. So really, when I see this headline, I feel the same way. Outsmart today's broken job application process. Like, is that is that going to be relatable to something? Am I not getting a job because of a broken job application process? Like, I'm trying to understand. Like, it just feels like this isn't as unique as it could be. My advice for John, who wrote this, would be you got to write like 50 to 100 more headlines and really try like different angles and different benefits and different ways of framing things, and like really do that in a way that's conscientious of like other similar types of claims that are out there, so that you can do what other people are not already doing. And there's a lot of ways to make something unique. There are ways to like present a system, the SMART system for job getting, SMART, or like you can just make up a system if what you're selling is actually system based. That's one way to make something feel unique. Another way is to like actually really drill down and like spell out a problem that people have and agitate that problem. You're creating a problem solution lead. But because this is a sales page and not a sales letter, you don't really have a whole lot of page space to do that. And so I don't know if that would really fit. So there's got to be something that John does to fix this. And I think that really trying out a lot of different headlines is the answer.
Yeah, I do think that honing in, like making it specific enough, will go a long way in making that more effective too.
Yeah.
Even something like the kind of the copy under the button, instead of saying less than a night out, say something specific to this person. It's like less than, you'd pay to have someone review your application, or less than, hiring someone this, or, that kind of thing.
When John is doing this, he's doing something called risk reversal or price justification, depending on the terminology you want to choose. You can do this in a headline complex. All the stuff in black is a headline complex. Normally, you want to do stuff like this, the justification of price, way down low, like way down below. Because here's the thing. If somebody has gotten through your page, it's at that point where you just need to sort of tip them over the edge. Like, actually, like, just give them a little bit more information to, like, really be like, okay, justifying like why it's worth actually doing this. Here it doesn't feel quite right. It feels like wasted space. Like, for example, the next class is in 3 days. Sign up now or you'll miss your spot. So that's all stuff that I'm thinking about like right now, sort of around that. Like, what you want in this black section in the headline complex is stuff that will make it more unique, more useful, that is beneficial, more ultra specific. Like, again, I gave the example of like making a system that's your own, that's very specific. And another way to do that is with urgency as well. And those are the 4 things that you want to sort of be thinking about when you're making a headline. So hold on one second. I need to close my door. If you want to sort of scroll through.
Yeah. Interesting. So next thing we have is a screenshot, presumably of a text. What does it say, though? This is interesting because I don't know, just like glancing at it, if it's supposed to be a proof point or if it's like going to be an example of like a rejection or an application or like a acceptance. And I really think it's important to have good glance value in the same way that like you want your headlines to stand out. If this is like a huge block of text, if I have to like stare at this and read this, I'm probably just going to scroll past it or skim it at best.
Yeah. There's another thing too that a lot of copywriters do not think about. And it's one of the reasons why, please tattoo this on your brain. You have to justify your proof. You can't just show an image of a testimonial unless the whole purpose of showing the image is to show so many images that people are just like, oh my God, this person is clearly credible. That's not what's going on here. John, I presume, wants the reader to read this and understand it. But we don't understand it in the absence of context. And you have to top and tail stuff. And you have to be like, join 38,000 people who have gotten jobs as a result of my system or my process, or with the help of this particular masterclass, whatever. Because what a testimonial is, what this is social proof. And social proof basically is something that suggests that, hey, the thing that you're selling actually can work for other people.
Yeah.
But you have to operate under the assumption that people are not going to put that together in their head. You have to show and then tell them, this person had been struggling to find a job for 38 months. I got them a job, what I was able to teach them helped them get a job in 2 weeks. And then they sent me this text message. That's the top. Then the tail is you explain what they just read. Mm-hmm. Now, there are a couple of other more, how should I say, sensitive reasons why you want to do this. One reason is because a lot of people all over the planet have really crappy internet connections, really slow internet connections, more than you think. And for a lot of them, images don't load on pages right. And so one of the things that we kind of discovered through testing is that when we had a page, we want it to be understandable, even if none of the images load. So that's one thing. Another thing, too, is that a lot of people are using accessibility features, people with low vision, blind people, etc. Here's the thing. People that are fully able-bodied use these features, too, because it just makes their life a little bit easier. And so if you have something like this, it's an image. There's no text there, unless you specifically go into the metadata and add alt text. Like, none of that information in this is going to be picked up if you fall into one of the many categories that we've fallen into. Another disadvantage of using images rather than like contextualizing it or even spelling out what the image says is that now you can get no SEO juice. And now also, if you want to drive traffic to it via Google Ads ain't going to read your images. Google Ads reads text. And so it doesn't know what text it can pull from your page to link it and to dynamically create ads and link it with the right people, yada, yada, yada. So like there's all sorts of problems with just being like image and having that be good enough for proof. Most of the time it doesn't work for all the reasons that I suggested. Another thing too is I see a block, my brain stops processing. You have to assume something when people are reading a web page online. The moment a person starts reading on the web, their IQ drops by 30 points. They are not going to give you any time. They will not give you any patience. They will not give you any grace. You have to be really, how should I say, over the top in spelling things out for them. And one of the things that you will notice is that people get overwhelmed by big blocks of text, especially if it's on a screen. Because a screen, my friends, is a light bulb that you are staring into. It sucks to read a big block of text on a screen. That's why, on a screen, having smaller paragraphs tends to work better.
Yeah. I want to point out, too, that, like, if this is what you have to work with, this is what you have to work with. But there are ways to make this more manageable. So, one, you can either sort of, like, take out snippets of it. Two, you could highlight text in there that you want people to focus on. Three, like we said before, you can caption or title the images, and so tell people the takeaway before they read it, so like they can then skim the appropriate part. Because the other thing is that you didn't write this. This person who wrote this testimonial is not a copywriter, and it's not really like that great. It's a lot of it is very repetitive. A lot of it's not very persuasive. Just tell people the takeaway you want them to have, so they can skim it or just skip it entirely and just see, oh, there's proof.
Yeah. And that's kind of the problem with, all the social proof that we have right now. Like, part of copywriting is the logic of copy is very similar to the logic of design. And there's a famous design book that I highly recommend because the title tells you exactly everything in the book that you need to know. Do not make me think. That's it. That's the title of the book, and that's how to do design good. With copywriting, you want to have effectively the same effect with your words. Do not make me think. Just show, if this is proof, show me what I need to see, show me what I need to experience in order to understand what this is proving, what this is supporting, how this benefits me. because that's what people care about the most, especially in this section, the section immediately after the headline. So people want a reason to keep reading. They want to know why they should. So let's get into the actual meat of the copy, and we'll just read a little bit of this before we send John back to revise. The Job Application Masterclass for students and graduates teaches you how to stand out among thousands of applicants, but still be extremely relevant to recruiters. Dear friend, you are about to discover the visible techniques neatly hidden within today's broken job market. So I can immediately tell you that this is what's called a promise lead. The writer, John, is promising something to the reader, and the sale entirely depends on whether that promise is enticing enough and whether or not John can prove that that promise can be fulfilled upon. Those are the two things you need to keep in mind with a promise lead. Techniques that, when used correctly and consistently, result in more invitations to interviews and greater chances of landing a job that lines up with your career plans. These are the very same techniques I used to sneak into the competitive banking industry without a finance or business degree. And it'll only take you 5 hours, which I assume is nothing compared to spending months doing job applications the wrong way. I don't think you need to write "I assume" when you're talking about quantities.
Yes.
Just to throwing that out there. Imagine going from tracking 10, 20, 30 applications by fidgeting with an Excel sheet to scheduling calls with your new team and maybe even clients. Instead of repeatedly practicing responses to typical interview questions, you're excited to prepare for a one-to-one meeting with your new manager about how you're settling into your new role. I'll show you exactly how I went from crying myself to sleep because of the constant rejection from my dream companies and nearly giving up, to finally finding a job that started my career and made me feel like a proper adult. Okay, bringing in emotion here. I like that. I don't know if it's the right emotion. I think, we need to talk about relatability in a second. But these are all things to keep in mind. What did you think of that?
It was okay. I think there are some things that they're doing well, or that are good things they're doing. Certainly, like the anchoring of like the time investment, trying to make that feel small. 5 hours, when you just say that straight up to me, doesn't feel like a little amount of time. And so I'd say like a couple hours. 5 is like, a work day.
Yeah.
And, that doesn't seem like it seems like a tiresome process. And so even if it's not a lot of time, the idea of having to spend 5 hours on a resume feels laborious. And so it kind of turns me off.
Yeah. That's why one of the reasons why like copy will say "in a few moments" when they meet 30 minutes later,
Yeah.
It's, there's a humongous amount of power in the words several and few, because several and few have no intrinsic meaning to them. It means more than two. That's it. So,
yeah. One thing I'll comment on, and I know we don't always like get to this level, but one really good check that I think more people need to do before, like when they're writing copy and like certainly submitting it to us for review, is read your stuff out loud. And if you would not feel comfortable saying something to someone, or if it would feel awkward to say something to someone, it shouldn't be in your copy. And so, like the very first sentence, it says, "You're about to discover the visible techniques neatly hidden within today's broken job market." If you were giving advice to somebody in real life, would you ever like frame it that way? Would you, like, I would imagine something more like, "Oh, like what if I told you, like actually I heard about this thing and it's like right there, but no one's picking up on it. Why?" Especially if you are going to go on to talk about like your deeply personal stories, you want that more conversational tone. And so the copy itself needs to be set up in that way.
Yeah. It has the airs of sales speech. Like, imagine, most of the people watching are like 14, so they probably haven't had this experience. Going to a bar and telling a joke or a story. How do you do that? There's something. There's a typical anecdote actually that I have that would get us canceled, so I'll think of something else. You typically say like, "Hey, did you see those two bums fighting out in the parking lot?" You just open with that. It immediately gets attention. It immediately raises questions. It immediately like prefaces a story. And so that's the sort of logic that you want in your copy. You want to be able to immediately grab attention and then sort of like an onion, peel back the layers of interest that is going to be relatable to your reader. You're about to discover the visible techniques neatly hidden within today's broken job market. How about, aren't you sick of today's broken job market? Aren't you tired of sending application after application, getting no response, or only hearing back months later? Be relatable. You know, like, I'm not saying that this is the best copy in the world. What I'm saying is that, like, just asking questions or just getting straight to the point, speaking to people's pain points, you know, that all, I think, is a stronger opening.
Definitely. I don't want to say I worry, because I know we can use this effectively, but particularly if you're new, be really careful when you say things like broken job market. While it's certainly a sentiment you can touch on, I think it's really easy to fall into the trap of just kind of saying really big problems without thinking about how they exist or what the real problem underlying the thing is. And so you can fall into this habit of like, oh yeah, this like the broken economy, this. Try to think through what the actual paradigm is or the dynamic is, so you can like specify like a problem that is actually, one, you're gonna have proof about, and two, is like feels a little bit more relevant to people. Like the problem here is not that the job market's broken, it's that the job application process has become shit because of things like AI or people wanting you to have 20 years experience when you're 18 years old. There are very real, specific, compelling things you can say, and so when you generalize it to the problem, to like the broken job market, it can feel, to me as like a writer, it's kind of lazy. And so just like do the work of like formulating that problem a little bit better, because it'll pay off in your copy and it'll allow you to like write more interesting things about it more easily.
Yeah, it's a specificity thing. You often see stuff like that in financial sales letters, but like you see that in financial sales letters because you know later on they're going to provide proof about why the job market is broken.
Yeah.
You know, they have the page space to do that. They're selling an idea, not a masterclass on getting job applications. And so focusing a whole section on why the job market is broken, probably a misstep here, probably a mistake. And so you don't really need it. So it's one of those things. You would only say something like this if, one, people already believe it, and it's just like, but an unspoken thing, everybody already shares it. You know, like how Joe Biden is trying to destroy America. You know, everybody already believes that.
True.
Just kidding. Don't cancel me. The second thing is, like, is this a bigger idea that you're going to sort of like evolve and reveal and talk about in more detail and use to sort of craft a larger story or narrative or argument about the state of society and how one can either benefit from that or protect themselves from it. So it's like, you don't need that. You don't need it. You can be more specific rather than, you know, use these sort of like shorthand tropes. So, and it's not broken to someone who believes they have the job they want. Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. And applying for a job doesn't necessarily feel that the market's broken. The problem they have is not keeping the job.
Yeah. So there's some stuff that's going on here that's really, really good. Like, for example, like, we're going to learn techniques that he used to sneak into the competitive bank. Like, I like, you know, using language like sneak. It really depends on like the types of people that you're marketing to, like who would be drawn to stuff like that. But, you know, I appreciate things like that because I think that that's a better verb than like the techniques I use to get a job in corporate bank. Like, who cares? But to sneak into it, oh, that has implications there. So
yeah,
it's about the implication. I like it. Now, where this goes a little wrong and this is more of a sentence, like a line edit. We've been talking more like high level, like value edits. But if we get down to like just a pure line edit, and this relates to what Rod was saying earlier about reading stuff out loud and finding awkwardness and your comfort level in saying things to another person in person, instead of one, repeatedly practicing responses to two, interview questions you're excited to three, prepare for four, a one-on-one meeting with okay. Yeah. Did you see what I'm doing here? I'm counting the prepositions. Every time you add a preposition to a sentence, you're making it more confusing. And so I don't know if you can rewind the tape, but I stumbled over the sentence when I was reading it. And the reason why is because once you start just stacking and stacking clauses, stacking and stacking prepositions, it gets confusing. It gets hard to read. It gets breathless. And so you don't want that. You want to make sure that all the ideas in here get their appropriate amount of space.
Also use commas.
Commas are nice too. The whole purpose of a comma is that. I'm also a fan of ellipses. Shout out ellipses crowd. It serves the same purpose as a comma. So I like this, the promise. I feel like this might be too much, but there's an easy solution to that. You try it with this for a little bit, and then you try it with some other emotional aspect for a little bit, and you see which one does better. Mm-hmm. That's it. That's how you figure out whether or not this is too much. Anything else to add about the lead?
Not really. I have a question for you because I've been thinking about something lately, and it's super relevant to like what we do here, and I wonder if you disagree because I think you might. So, thinking about the kind of criticisms we give, value edits, structure edits, line edits, and just kind of how I think in an ideal world, we would both agree that if we could teach people how to think about the value aspect first, then they can kind of figure out the structure and get to a point where they can write well such that they don't need line edits or whatever. Like, I think that's the order. However, I've had a few experiences with kind of newer copywriters lately, and I've noticed that a lot of people I see who get jobs are people who are really good at making things sound good, not people who are really good at coming up with ideas, because the writing sounds compelling, even if there isn't very much substance to it. And so I'm trying to figure out right now, might it be easier for people to get jobs if they focus more on the line edits and standing out for like the quality of their writing, rather than, spend a ton of time getting to these really, really interesting core ideas and not necessarily having the finesse to pull it off in the way that someone more experienced might.
I want to give some context to what Rod is saying here. He wants to make our lives a lot easier so that we turn basically into wordsmiths and like grammar editors. Oh, hey, this sentence kind of sucks. Here's how to make it sound real good. He doesn't want us to teach the actual hard stuff, the coming up with ideas and actually framing them well.
Guilty. Absolutely guilty.
Yeah. No, it's honestly, I think it's a very good point. That's one of the reasons why I frequently, I don't know if people notice when I'm doing critiques, I will always start with what I think is like a value edit first, or I will give line edits, like small line edits along the way, because line edits are the easiest things to teach, the easiest things to learn, and like they're kind of pointless too.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I like focusing on value edits, like let's talk about the idea here, let's unpack it a little bit, is because if your idea is wrong, it doesn't matter what line edit mistakes you make, because you'll have to change everything anyway.
Yeah. I think that's definitely true from a performance standpoint, from a copy performance standpoint. I don't know if I believe that when it comes to getting jobs, though. Particularly if you're being hired by non-copywriters. Is something that sounds really good gonna be more appealing than something that is like a really nuanced and like the perfect fit idea? Particularly if someone's looking at your portfolio, how are they going to know how great that idea is outside of the context of the entire other business or something like that? Which is not to say that I'm like doing a full reversal and saying that we shouldn't focus at all on like that value portion, but like a lot of times, like even here, I'll read copy and the actual writing itself will be like not where it needs to be, and I was like, I don't really want to read this anymore. Like the idea, like you're doing all the techniques, you're doing these things that we're saying are good, but like the writing itself is just like not at the level where it feels even worth like continue to go through.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, but also I feel like you're trying to suggest, hey, folks, here's how you can sneak into a job as a copywriter with a professional business by not being very good at copywriting.
I mean, that is one of the implications, definitely. I suppose my concession here would be that, or the concession I would suggest is that there are lots of copywriters who already don't know what they're doing. And so if you just happen to be one of those people, at least you're the person getting paid and not them. But also, is a lot of the copy that businesses want actually contributing to their bottom line? Yeah, I mean, in like the fully optimized, like in Sean MacIntyre's America, I'd say yes, absolutely. But in Joe Biden's America, not so much.
Nothing matters.
Nothing matters.
Does it have to be good to be relatable? No, I don't necessarily think so.
I'd say definitely not.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you can have a really relatable piece of copy that doesn't really necessarily drive action or sales or things like that. And that would be, if we're going back to the old Aristotelian rhetoric, that'd be, ethos, logos, pathos. That would be something that's high in pathos but low in logos. Mm-hmm. Nobody understands what the hell I just said, so I'm just going to press on with this. I feel, listen, Rod, mm-hmm. I love you. Yes. You know that I think you're a smart man, and I appreciate what you're saying here, and I see what you're saying here, and I don't think you're wrong, but I also don't think you're right.
That's about the level of response I expect from you these days.
I actually think that you're right more often than you're wrong. But anyway, so listen, if these techniques can work for me, they can work for you too. And there's no need to try to fix the broken job application process. That'd take a Nelson Mandela type of movement.
Okay.
You just simply need to take advantage of its broken state. That's exactly how I got hired. But yeah, I feel like talking about the broken job application process might be a misstep. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like, listen, if you improve this, just punch it up a little bit. If you take out this social proof, moved it down a little bit more. If you move the risk reversal and this down a little bit further, I think that would be a little bit stronger. When it comes to this, I think like all this is fine. Like all the stuff that we're talking about are like small little twiddly changes. Cleaning up language, testing out different, levels of emotion. This is a decent proof section. It's exactly how I got hired by Barclays as an international student from Zimbabwe. Like that's powerful proof. And then, hey, you have the proof. So, and then you're selling against alternatives here. The copy here is generally like, it's not bad. I don't want to give the impression that I think it's bad. Mm-hmm. Everything that we're suggesting is like stuff to take it from like a C+ to like a B. This is passable. Like it's definitely already passing. And I can actually see this working just depending on the traffic that you drive to it. So one of the things that you got to keep in mind, though, is that when you're writing something that's long form like this, or at least longer form, this is not true long form. Every single word that you write is an opportunity to lose somebody. Just as me, as I've been saying this, I've been watching the numbers of people watching this stream tick down and down and down. Every single thing that you say is an opportunity to lose the person that you're trying to sell. And so if what you're doing is not the most compelling that it can be, it's like a great filter where you're just losing people along the way. Mm-hmm. One way to get around that is to have these constant CTAs, but Also, you need to have strong CTAs. And if we're here, like maybe that is a strong CTA. I think it's stronger there than it is here. But these are all things that you got to keep in mind. Like, what would you go in and what would you cut to make this as tight as you possibly can? Is there a way that you can test this page against one where it's like mostly bullet driven? Things like that. So, what do you think?
I agree with everything you say. Always.
I think the appropriate response you should have said was, I don't think you're wrong, but I don't think you're right either.
Yeah.
That was a missed opportunity.
I don't do callbacks.
Damn. Oh, well. So, yeah, one of the things that he's doing very well, he's using the trappings of copy very, very well. And in fact, I've been reading John's copy for a while now, and I think that this is some of the best copy of his that I've read. And it really just comes down to like, all right, what details, what emotions, what things are we going to focus on? Are we going to keep calling back to the broken job market, or are we going to find a different way of framing that to basically empower people a little bit more? Like, if you're going to talk about the broken job application process, is that something that you're going to explain in a full section? Do we need to? These are things that you got to keep in mind. And these are questions that John has to answer. We can't answer for him.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We got more proof. We got selling against alternatives. We got get hired in less time by shocking recruiters with... I'm scrolling through because we're 41 minutes in. This is the first piece of copy. And I actually stupidly promised that I would read every single piece of copy that got submitted for today. So we're going to blast through. Yeah. Get hired in less time by shocking recruiters with something they've never seen before. You just need to be taught how to identify this uniqueness and show it to recruiters in an extremely relevant way. Here's what is included in the job. I just feel like there's proof that's missing here. There's things that's missing here. Like, for example, you need to prove, one, if you're going to use the broken job application process, there needs to be some proof that the job application process is indeed broken. Stats are really good for that, so bring that in. Career advisors might be making things worse for them, bless them, but most of them haven't done an application for a student or graduate job in years or even decades. And then you have logic here. I would recommend also trying to find stats and like try to find examples or case studies. Like, this is a good opportunity to actually weave social proof in. I worked with a student who was having these difficulties. This career advisor gave them this bad advice. Within 2 weeks of working with me, they are now working at, I don't know, Halliburton or something like that. Like, using proof strategically in these sections is a really good way to actually accomplish that. Whereas right now you just have it sort of pocketed and out of context. So it's proving these points where your proof actually and your social proof actually makes sense. Another thing here is get hired in less time by shocking recruiters, something they've never seen before. Actually having some evidence that this is true, like what you're saying feels logically true, but here's the problem. A lot of people are going to have a natural objection to this, which is, hey, I have to turn in a CV and it has to be like formatted, and then I have to like copy paste my CV into the online portal process and yada, yada, yada. And it's a long, arduous thing. You have to be ready to answer to that. Like, how do you be relevant in a world where like AI job applications exist? How do you be relevant in a world where like job portals exist and require you to double input everything? These are all things that you have to consider in order to prove the point that like being relevant is what will help you stick out and what you need. That's the secret sauce. Well, prove that it's a secret sauce. This is where you would then show more social proof that your actual method, your techniques actually work. So that's what I would recommend there. Here's what's included. These images kind of suck for what you're trying to do here. Like, it's like the social proof above. They're just images kind of out of context. Like, what are the images showing? So when you go to a typical like sales page or landing page, you will see like a report or a book or a tablet screen with a video on it. What that is doing is showing you what you get. When I look at this, I go curriculum vitae. What is that? What is that? So actually spell it out. Special report on preparing CVs. Special bonuses around this. Don't just have an image that says bonuses. Tell me what the bonuses are so that I'm enticed to buy.
There's surprises.
Yeah, exactly. No surprises for the reader, no surprises for the writer. And those are the big things that I would ask you to do. And it really is just adding more detail where more detail is needed. And I think that once we get down into this part, the next time you get this reviewed by us, tell us to focus on specific areas so that we don't have to go through a whole page in 40 minutes at the loss of everybody else who's trying to get a critique. Rod, do you have anything else to say to John?
Nope.
Or anybody else watching?
It's good. Yeah, I think we get a lot of feedback.
Okay, perfect. Everybody, that was the lesson for today. Thank you for joining Whetstone Wednesday, the end. All right, so this next one, share this tab instead. All right, what is the context? I had no idea what I was doing here. Great, this is going to be wonderful. I love this. Love that for us. But I am trying to make a sales landing click-through page. And I have no idea of what it should really look like still, since I sat down and asked this in one go. But the copy looks like this for now. Well, I can already tell you that this John's landing page is going to be better than what we're about to read.
Okay.
All right. So here it is. Headline: the #1 men's group. Subheadline: a never-ending brotherhood that's there for you. The biggest asset you can have in life is people. Not only people, but a network of people. Not only in your local area, the world. That is what we call brotherhood. Thoughts so far?
Already? Yeah. Let's So there's a really cool process that I think people should like familiarize themselves with. It's called problematization. And so basically, it's the idea of like kind of checking your assumptions when you're writing something, or I guess it's not really a writing concept, but it's more like a sociological thing, but it applies in here. So when you write something and you're going back and you're reading it, ask yourself questions about like don't just like read it passively for like if it sounds good. Like read it actively and think, is this true? So when I read a headline that's the #1 men's group, my first question is, for what? Why? Or a never-ending brotherhood that's always there for you. Why do I need that? Who needs that? Where? How do I? What does that actually mean? And when you can come up with like questions that big that easily, there's a problem with like the copy, the way you've written it. Like either add some context, rewrite it, whatever. It's just I can tell that there are going to be a lot of similar issues with this, where it's just like, okay, you're just saying things, but how do I know this is the truth? How do I know this is real? Is this really the problem?
Yeah. One thing I'll say about John's this landing page is it feels like a landing page. We're getting a call out. We know who it's for. We know what this is. We know what the benefit is. We know like what the product is. Like the problems here are more functional. The sections are not functioning correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Here, this was introduced to us as I have no idea what I was doing here, and it looks like it. And so we're not going to be able to give this a really good critique, because the thing that I want to say to this person is go read 100 landing pages and break them down line by line, what they're doing, before you start to revise this.
Yeah.
So like with this, I can tell John put an effort into this. This feels effortful. And it's like, again, it's passing. Like, this is copy that you can get hired to write. It has problems, as we spent 40 minutes talking about. But this is not the kind of copy that anybody would pay you to write.
Yeah. It's funny because I went on that whole spiel about, style versus substance, whatever. This feels like the other end of the spectrum where
it proves what I was saying.
I would say that the style is not good enough to get that bar, to reach that bar. But this is very much, dude was writing off vibes, and the vibes are there. There's not the right vibes, and the vibes aren't strong enough, and so it's kind of feels awkward. Yeah. The other thing is, like, will you scroll back up a little bit?
Yeah.
And we'll just, like, focusing on the sentence. It's going to be an experience of meeting some of the most solid people you'll ever meet. This is like a classic, like, telling and not showing. Like telling someone, oh yeah, show up and you're going to meet the most solid people ever. What does that mean? What does that look like? What does that feel like? What does that do for somebody? Illustrate, paint the picture for us, because, your idea of solid guys and my idea of solid guys is probably a little bit different. So you need to do the work of showing people what that actually looks like if you want to do something like this.
Yeah. I wish I had handy like a good men's group or like men's retreat, like landing page that I could show. This kind of feels like a blend of like email copy, landing page copy. It feels like it doesn't know what it wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, the first thing that I would recommend to this person is go learn your bullets, go study landing pages. Like, don't try to do this again until you've read and analyzed like a lot, because you want to understand like what you're trying to make mirrors more something like this as opposed to this, which this feels like the beginning of an email and not, as he says, a sales landing click-through page.
Yeah.
Which is also, not a thing.
This is a very topical thing, but we scroll down like a line or two. Be really careful when you're writing. Make sure you're very clear on what you're saying, because the line, not only online, but also with an intent of meeting up in real life, sounds like the kind of copy I would see on like a landing page for like a Turkish bath in Soho, where it's almost like veiled language. Like what does the intent of meeting up in real life mean? Like what are you gonna do? Are we all gonna get naked together? Is this like on the DL, like advertising, or is this like you actually mean we're gonna go get coffee and shoot guns?
Yeah. I don't know if I have anything else that I can say about this.
Nope.
All right.
I will say, shout out to Andrew in the comments of that video, giving all this advice on the copy, or sorry, in the comments of the copy.
Yeah.
This guy put in a lot of work.
But here's the thing, and I have trouble with this myself. Andrew opens with, overall, it has a lot of potential, but I think it is quite short for a sales page. Like, that's not the problem here. Like, it has potential if you delete all the words and you start a new Word document and you start writing afresh. The key thing that is missing here is, I think, an understanding of goals. And one of the things that we constantly say for these streams is you need to provide context for us. Who's your reader? Whom are you targeting? I would assume men, but men is not a homogenous group. What's your idea? Like, what are you leaning towards? It seems like you're bouncing around to different ideas, meeting different people, like, it's going to be an experience of meeting some of the most solid people you ever meet. They can give advice and tips and stuff like that. Knowledge is powerful. If you've been inspired by videos, or you're the type that's been cycling and watching self-improvement videos without taking action, this group is for you. It's bouncing around from idea to idea. Like, there's not really an offer being spelled out here at all. And like, yeah, there is an action. Is that the best action for this page? Would subscribe to, like, where would you see this? Where would this exist on the web?
Yeah.
So, no. Overall, I don't think it has potential. That's one of the things where, like, if you're going to submit something for a critique, Don't half-ass it and then submit it for a critique, because there's nothing I can say that's going to help you. Like I said in my practicing copy masterclass, only submit something for a critique when you don't know how to improve it. If you submit dog shit and I tell you it's dog shit, you haven't learned anything. I can't help you.
Yeah. And it's like a waste of your own time too.
Yeah.
If you know you could have done better, we can't point out what you're doing wrong because you kind of already know. You know you don't know what this thing is. So how are we supposed to know what it is? How are we supposed to, we can't tell you what your copy is.
Yeah. So let us move on to a product page. So just so everybody in the chat and watching this 10,000 years in the future know, Copy That Show, we sell digital products online. Though, to be honest with you, Rod, I've actually been thinking about taking down our digital product store to make things feel more exclusive and to sort of like refine and like narrow down our CTAs and where people can buy our stuff process.
That's interesting.
But we've basically put out a call to people and said, like, if you're a Patreon subscriber, you can write copy for one of our product pages that does not have copy. Does Give Them a Show have copy? Here, let me find out. So, and I'll even do this live so people can see that we have stuff that they can buy. I'm getting better at plugging stuff. Digital products. So we want to go to Give Them a Show. Give Them a Show, a masterclass on crafting the perfect CV or resume. And then, as you can see, we just put some placeholder copy, but we didn't really add any copy because we're busy and we want to give people a chance to actually earn some money. So you get $150 if we use your copy on our page. And we've paid out a bunch of people relatively recently. So the first thing I got to ask you, because people are mentioning this in the chat, what do you think of this image versus the original image?
Certainly better.
So, everybody in the chat, I want to tell you something. I'll give you a little secret. This is ChatGPT 3.5. This is ChatGPT 4. DALL-E 2 versus DALL-E 3.
Yeah, I remember finagling with that and trying to get something good out of it. It was tough.
Yeah, it's getting better. It's getting better. I enjoy it. So, but I also, you know me. So Give Them a Show. Masterclass on crafting the perfect CV or resume. Imagine a flock of 100 white ducks. Interesting. If a red duck sat in the middle of all that, it would be kind of hard to ignore, right? Simply listing why you're the best candidate is a good way of being glanced over. Because that's exactly what every other CV does. But if you present yourself in a unique way and give them an itch of curiosity only you can scratch, you might just win them over with your first impression, which is often the only impression you get. Now, I want to keep coming back to John's copy. This is what is called an analogy. It is asking you to imagine something, and then once you be like, all right, I already have this in my head. Okay, now I can see the logical point that he's making. That is a good way, let me scroll down for this, for John to spell out improve things here or here. So rather than telling, you're sort of evoking, you can evoke a story with an analogy of how to actually prove stuff. You can prove stuff with an analogy. This, one thing it's doing very well is immediately proving something with an analogy. So that's very good. Is it right for this spot? We will see. What's more, since nobody else is even trying this, it doesn't matter if they're technically better than you. Yours will be the one that's actually read. So yours, now I'm going to, there's a pendulum here. There's a dichotomy between Rod and me where I'm just we need to talk about ideas. And Rod is we need to talk about sentences and style. Here, I'm going to swing more towards the Rod side.
Yeah.
What is yours referring to?
To a thing or things belonging to. Sorry, when you highlighted it, your app came up and it said.
I know. I tried to do it in such a way that it didn't come up.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's very simple here. Just say your CV, your resume, your whatever.
Exactly.
Make sure people are very clear on what you're saying here.
Yes. So this is a common problem in newbie copy. People use this. People use it. People use yours. People use what they typically use in text speech. And the problem with using what are called reference or referential words, things that refer to things that were mentioned before, is that, well, what was mentioned before? What's more, since somebody is giving you, is even trying this, what is this? It doesn't matter if they're technically better than you. So we still don't know what yours is. Let's go back further. You might just win them over with your first impression, which is often the only impression you get. What? Like, what are we talking about here? But if you present yourself in a unique way, you can then... I can keep going back. Yours...
You never say.
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
The antecedent for this is your CV.
Oh, way at the top.
We have to go back pretty freaking far to find what this is connecting to. So, again, everybody needs to keep in mind that when somebody reads copy on the web, their IQ drops by 30 points. Somebody with an IQ 30 points below average is not going to connect that yours here is referring to your CV. That's something that you want to keep in mind when you're writing. It is better to never use these and then edit it later than to use these and be like, wait, what was this referring to here? What did I miss here? What did I accidentally omit here? What is this referring to? Overdo the simplicity and pare it back rather than just assume that people understand what you're saying. Join Alex today on his 2+ hour masterclass as he teaches you how to hook interviewers with his simple 12 golden rules that defy generic CV resume advice. The same advice that made him 13 times more likely to land an interview compared to the average person. Fun. Deliverable. 1 full-length video link delivered automatically to your email. Love it. Okay, these are the specifics. Note, this course is available on our Patreon. Cancel anytime. Perfect. Okay. Before we move on, what do you think of this?
It's written well.
Yes.
Personally, I am not a huge fan of the analogy at the top. I feel like for this sort of upfront, you could go something much more direct and say, hey, this is the thing, yada, yada, yada. This is what you're going to learn. And the reason why is that someone who, like, there are people who exist who just want to know, oh, right, is this the right masterclass I'm looking for? And so just helping them confirm, yes, this is the masterclass that's going to teach me these things with these benefits. Okay, click, buy, done.
Yeah.
For like the next section, something like this, I think would be fine. Where you're helping people understand, adding more context, whatever. But yeah, you could be a little bit more immediate with this top part. But it is written well, so I'm not mad at it. Just not here.
Yeah. Listen. Let's go to Raycon Everyday Earbuds, the sponsor of this stream. No, I'm kidding.
I wish.
Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Look at this. This is a typical product page. All right. Got the image, got the title. You have a little bit of the teaser copy, got stuff you can add to cart, and it's down here that you get the actual copy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's go to, give me an Amazon product.
Diapers.
I remember that stream well. Huggies, Little Movers. Oh, really? CKPPPE. All right. Share this tab instead. All right. Huggies, size 1 diapers, little snugglers. Look at this. Preview with bullets. Scroll down, copy. The copy that you see here is very direct. And listen, you can be playful with it. You can say 100% leak-free protection. Our diapers have Huggies leak lock system. The person who made this was just like, oh, leaks. The scientist who was developing diapers was just like, oh, is leaking? We add extra flap. Flap fine. Flap prevent leak. And then a marketer, you, person watching this, went, we are going to call that extra flap the Huggies leak lock system. They did a copy. That's what Rod does. That's his job.
It's true. I do that.
And so that could be your job too. Now, listen, when we come back to this, it goes a little long. Notice how all the other examples I gave you, pretty direct, pretty bullet driven, shows you like why you should care and why you should be interested to read the rest. That's what this is doing. I think this analogy is great, but right now it has the wrong home. You need to find a better home for it. This could even be your lead in the copy below, but it doesn't work where it is. So kind of like the advice that I gave, read a bunch of landing pages, read a bunch of product pages, and really internalize the logic of product pages. Yes. Down here, I think it's fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Aside from some sentence level stuff, I actually think that this is pretty strong so far, but it's like it needs revision clearly. Mm-hmm. Land the job of your dreams. What do you think of that for a headline?
It can be okay. I mean, it's fine. Yeah. I mean, it feels a little different than the idea above. Like, I don't know. It's okay. I wouldn't be furious with it, but it's not tickling me.
Here, I'm going to give you a different headline, and I want you, Rod, to grade it on a scale from 1 to 17.
Okay.
The single piece of paper that can help you land the job of your dreams.
A strong 6.
You fucker. That's a 10 at least.
Yeah. That's way better. On a scale of 1 to 17.2, I'd say it's like a 14.7.
Yeah. Yes. It's an integer.
And the thing there with your version is that it's way more specific. And the other thing with your example that I think is really strong that we don't often talk about is that you said the single piece of paper, and that is conjuring up a very vivid image in someone's mind of what the thing is. And so when we're talking about things like job applications, copy, business, sales, revenues, these concepts are quite abstract, and it's hard to kind of know what they look like in real life. And so whenever you have the opportunity to give people like a clear image of like what the result of something looks like, or what the thing they're going to be getting looks like, so they can imagine it, they can like have it in their hand, feel it, taste it even maybe, that makes it way more compelling, or at least interesting to read.
Yeah. I want to take a little sidebar. I want to have a little powwow with everybody watching right now. Alex had 12 papers, though, technically, LOL, rather than the one piece of paper. Mm-hmm. So the one thing you cannot be as a copywriter is a precision fetishist.
Yes.
You, as a copywriter, your job is to entice, to delight, to speak emotionally to people. Not necessarily always to get the facts exactly right. I mean, yes, you need to be honest, but here's the thing. When you say, but it had 12 pieces of paper, well, then you switch the copy to the single document. You understand what I'm saying here? Like, when you're confronted with copy that does not match up with reality, you change the copy. But the one thing you don't want to be is so caught up in like the fineries of details that you can't think of the very thing that would make the copy better in the first place, which is what I did. And so, again, eradicate the precision fetishism that you have in your mind.
It's also, there's a rigidity thing to it too. Like, it's like structural rigidity where, let's say it is a 12-page document. 12-page document. It could be the case that the secret that is going to unlock everything is just on one page out of the 12 pages. And so, yes, even if it is originally 12 pages, there is still one page that if you read this, it will let you land the job of your dreams. And so, absolutely agree with everything you're saying, but also, we can be a little bit more creative about this. Because you could say the one sentence, the one phrase, the one word that will be surrounded by lots of other things, but this will be the thing that changes everything. Like, it's okay to say that.
Yeah. So I have a small secret for you, Rod. It'll seem so obvious once you learn it that you might even get annoyed.
Why isn't it a big secret, though?
Huh?
Why is it a small secret?
But, Rod, to get a better idea, let's first put you in the shoes of your interviewer. You are 7 hours into your shift, and you are tired. Now, before I read any more, we are now stepping from precision fetishism into a creative writing class.
Mm-hmm.
This is what is called throat clearing. I have a story to tell you. Don't write like that. You are a job interviewer. You are a job interviewer, and you are 7 hours into your shift. Period. You're tired. Period. You swept past 50 CVs, all of them beginning with the same, I'm a creative and highly motivated. Period. Blah, blah. Period. Do you see what I'm doing here? With very minimal changes, mostly deletions and creating more sentences, shortening your sentences up. It's feeling much tighter, feels more present, feels more immediate. Without asking a person to imagine, you're just saying, this is what you're experiencing. That immediately engages you in the story. So don't write like this. Get straight into it. And for the love of God, think about what you can delete and how you can sort of break things up for the reader. Because if it's one thing that we constantly talk about in these streams is make your sentences shorter and more immediately understandable.
Mm-hmm.
That's especially important if you're trying to evoke emotion in a story like this one.
Are we talking about style again?
God damn it, Rod. You got me.
Wow.
Yeah. So don't do throat clearing. You can't even keep your attention if you tried, because every single one of them is saying the exact same thing. I'm this, I'm that. I want to do this. Let's flip the roles again. You don't need this. The last thing you'd want is being. The last thing you would want is being. Is to be, being is to be. Be careful with that. Just another paper in that pile. You don't want to be a piece of paper in a pile. There you go. That's a better way of saying that. But how do you avoid that? Psst. You got to sell yourself, you dummy. What do you think of that? Do you feel like tonally that's on brand for us? Do you think that works?
Yeah, I think it works.
I'm thinking it's working too. Listen,
yeah.
I want to stress that, you're paying us to be mean to you, and so we're being mean to you. But I want you to try to understand and filter through. There's times when we're being mean to you, and the copy is actually pretty passably good. This is a few revisions away from us accepting it. This is very close. Other copy we read is not. So when we have stuff to tell you and to talk about, that's when you know that you're actually doing a good job.
Yeah.
You're actually on your way.
Yeah. If you go back up a little bit too, I think closing that interviewer thing, definitely kill the line about flipping the roles. I think saying something even as simple as the last thing you want is for your future to be lying in that pile. Don't just make it about yourself, whatever. Show them the stakes.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. I really don't feel like we need to read any more of this. I feel like what we said is probably enough. This person, what they need to do is just go back through and really read it with a scrutinizing eye.
Mm-hmm.
But before we do, let's at least read one bullet and see how their bullets look. So what am I getting exactly? The number one thing you take away from this masterclass, the mindset you should have when writing your CV resume.
No.
Boring.
Yeah.
What your CV shouldn't look like and why it will be ignored, even though everyone around you approves it. No.
Mm-hmm.
All right. These bullets are bad. A read-through of Alex's own CV. All right. Here's the test. The usefulness test. Like all of your bullets and subheads and headlines, you need to give it the 4 use test and possibly the CUB test. What is the 4 use? Unique, ultra specific, urgent, useful. And the CUB test is confusing, unbelievable, or boring. If your copy is boring, nobody's going to read it. Nobody wants this thing. So if you want to test for usefulness and you want to test for boring, ask yourself a simple question. Do people get really excited, like strip off like your shirt and put Aquaphor on your nipples excited to do a read through of another person's resume?
No.
So that's one test. The Aquaphor and the nipples test. No, the 4 use test. That's something you want to keep in mind. So these bullets need work. I feel like you're doing better up here. You're doing like you need a little bit of help here, but these bullets need a lot of work. And the bullets, you got to engage in something called lateral thinking. Listen, in the next few weeks, I am going to do a full masterclass just on bullets. People have been waiting for it for years, but it's going to happen. It's going to be 5 hours long, and it's just going to be like, let's go bullet by bullet and write like 10 of these for like each of the 40 kinds of bullets.
Are you going for the Screaming Eagle thing?
Yes.
Okay.
And like there's like other resources that I've discovered and like come up with like other templates for bullets.
Oh yeah.
In my career. And so I'm just going to like combine like a whole bunch of resources in my own experience and like here's a bullet masterclass.
Oh, it's so useful.
Right? We can finally, after 4 years of doing this copywriting education thing, be like, yes, bullets are the first thing you learn. No, we don't have any resources for it.
Remember when we did the bullet writing challenge? That was great.
That was fun. I enjoyed that. We should do that again.
We should definitely do it again.
We need more contests, man.
Yeah. People love contests.
Yeah.
One piece of advice for these bullets, and it's similar to what Sean was saying earlier about like not being a precision fetishist. Don't be so beholden to the literality of what is in the masterclass. Mm-hmm. And so, like, yes, Alex does a read through of his own CV, but just because that's how he frames it doesn't mean that's how you need to like frame that part of it. Like you could say like, a step-by-step walkthrough of the CV that tests 13 times better than the average CV. Just as an example of like, Alex didn't say that as that part of the masterclass, but like that's what that is. That's why that might be beneficial or enticing to somebody.
Yeah. Another thing too, and like I want to keep coming back to John's copy because again, I'm proud of that dude. He's come a long, long way. And one thing he did is something that I advise people do: use stronger verbs. These bullets would improve if you used stronger verbs. People get caught up in like adjectives and nouns. Like it's a common mistake among newbie, junior, and even intermediate copywriters. But a true pro understands a good verb. Now, I'm going to give you an example of this bullet rewritten, but with emphasis on a verb. The number one thing that kills your chances to get a job. Done. That's a bullet. That's your first bullet right there. All I did was take what you did, inverted it so that it's like the thing that kills it rather than like this is the mindset you should have. And then I incorporated a powerful verb, to kill. That's it.
We can go stronger. That manslaughters, that genocides your job prospects.
That holocausts your bullets.
There we go.
Oh my God. That's terrible. Rod.
Though, like in a very serious way, that is a piece of writing advice I give to a lot of new people here is like, write the most extreme version of your thing first, and then either like with your editor or with your client or just like with yourself, go from there and pare it back. But if you make it as polarizing as possible, like at least you'll get somewhere interesting, and then we can decide whether or not it's appropriate to say that thing in this particular instance. But if you like are play it too safe, it'll never be interesting enough to even like consider as an idea. So
I like this joke. That was a very good joke. Herb.
Hello,
Well done.
YouTube admins.
It's okay. Yeah, we do these streams for subscribers. So please don't demonetize this, YouTube, but also do your worst. Please don't do your worst.
Please don't. No, they know where I live.
So yeah, it's one of those things where it's like people respond to drama. People respond to extremes. And one of the things that you have to understand is that every time you write a piece of copy, they are constantly assessing the thing that they're reading against everything that they've ever read before.
Yeah.
Subconsciously, they're doing this. And so in order to differentiate and to distance yourself from what they've read before, one way to do that is to either go more specific or a little bit more extreme with the drama. So, yeah, that's what I have to say about this. Shall we move on to the next piece of copy?
Let's do it.
All right. This is a few revisions away from being really good. I like how it's starting, and it needs like maybe one or two like really like top to bottom revisions and edits to get really good.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a 13-page sales letter for Jonathan's book. Are you fucking kidding me?
Excuse me?
13 pages? We'll read some of this.
No, shout out to Jonathan for ignoring my message for review.
And huge shout out to Himiko for critiquing this and making it feel like I should delete it all. Now I'm glad Jonathan ghosted me. This is my first sales letter, so please destroy it hard. All right. You asked for it. Sure. Traffic coming from these places, stage of awareness, or to be solution product aware. I think that's a mistake. So for context, the stages of awareness are the 5 levels of, it's a heuristic. So like there are actually gradations of awareness that a person can have, infinite numbers of stages of awareness. But the great copywriter Eugene Schwartz broke it down into like 5 general pockets, 5 buckets where you would sort of articulate things differently for this group based on what they know, as opposed to this group based on what they know. Now, product aware implies that the person reading this knows that the book exists, but they haven't bought it yet. And there's no easier way to sell to somebody who is product aware than to say, hey, we have this thing that you want, and for today only, it's 50% off. You don't need a whole lot of sophisticated copy to sell to a product-aware audience or a most-aware audience. Solution-aware is a little different. Solution-aware means that the person knows that there are books about writing copy out there. Most people watching this are sort of in that camp. What they don't know about is your solution. That is your product. And so the onus of responsibility for the copywriter for writing solution-aware audiences is to write copy in such a way that you really drum up the need for this product, what the specific product is, and most importantly, why it's better than the other solutions the reader is aware of. Mm-hmm. Selling against alternatives is the most important thing when writing to a solution-aware audience. So, after Himiko went through it, he said it was written as product-aware, so I just added that there for no reason. Reading that sentence just made me so sad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean,
don't do things for no fucking reason, guys. Be deliberate, sometimes even calculating. Seldom prone to histrionics.
God.
I'm going to give $100 to anybody who can name the reference that I just made.
I don't, but it sounded cool.
Thank you.
I love people who are seldom prone to histrionics. Do you think it's the audience is actually product aware?
I don't think so. Especially so if you're going from Facebook, Instagram, and
Yeah.
YouTube ads and TikTok ads, chances are you're reaching out to people who are either solution aware or problem aware. You're either reaching out to
Yeah.
people who like want money but have none, or people who want copywriting books but aren't aware of yours yet. For product aware, you're talking to people who know about Jonathan's book.
Yeah.
And that makes sense. For product aware people, you can certainly call out the product in the headline. 9 simple ways. There you go. I want to give you guys a, how should I say, a formula for writing to people that are solution and product aware, especially when it comes to books. This is a classic one. Hey, fill in your address and pay for shipping, and I'll send you a free copy of the copywriting cheat code. There you go. That's a headline template. Feel free to use it. And that is a classic way that businesses, this is often called the loss leader, will get people into the funnel for fairly cheap. And all they're doing is like, and so if you're not shipping a physical book, what you would say is you cover a $7 transaction cost, and I'll send it to you for free. And so there's a lot of different ways, a lot of different variations, a lot of different compliant ways that you can articulate that as well. And what that does is it's targeting the same people that this is targeting, but now it's making the offer, the suggestion of the exchange, a little bit more spicy from the get-go. Oh, I can get this thing that I want for only $7. Great. Sorry for talking so much, Rod. I often make the joke that, like, if you're trying to sell a Lamborghini, like, the easiest way to sell a Lamborghini in the world is come on down to Lamborghinis Are Us, Lamborghinis, buy one, get one free. Everybody's going to go down and buy a Lamborghini because it makes sense. They would never do that because it devalues the brand, but that would sell a lot of Lamborghinis. And so if you're selling something that people already want, you really just need to have some sort of crystal clear offer available from the get-go. Oh, yeah. Cody points out, Russell Brunson does this a lot. Just pay for shipping.
Yeah.
Do you want to read this? I feel like I've been talking nonstop for the last hour and 27 minutes.
Yeah, let's do it. I think it's probably good size. Number 1, Amazon bestseller. The Copywriting Cheat Code. 9 simple steps to writing high converting copy faster than you ever have before. Quote. 5 stars. Then, quote, if you're serious about stepping up your copywriting game, just buy this book. Love it. This is the cheat code that helped bring a fledgling e-commerce brand from $0 to $1 million in revenue in just under a year. That earned $170,000 number in 30 days for a coach selling info products. And that played a key role in a campaign that generated $3.6 million in 5 days in SaaS. What you're getting is the systemized process by highly paid copywriter, now a marketing consultant, ? Jonathan Baudouin Saint-Chagrin. Here's what you'll find inside the copywriting cheat code. Bullet. Why most marketing campaigns flop and what you need to understand this aspect. This is the guiding light for every ad, email, and page you'll write for the rest of forever. Page 14. 6 plus 3 questions that will save you hours when it comes down to sit down and write copy, worksheets included. Cut all the guesswork that a company is writing starting from page 17.
Do you want to pause and sort of discuss what we've seen so far?
Yeah, let's do it.
What do you think?
The copy's okay, but it's like the opposite problem of the product page we saw before, where this needs an upfront that justifies the existence of the book. Starting with these revenue numbers is kind of interesting. Like, I'd pose as a question, like, what if there was a cheat code that could blah, 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 numbers, kind of like proof points to get people intrigued? Or like, have you heard about this? and then go into like why it matters, blah 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 blah, then talk about the book, because no one cares about books. People care about the ideas in the books, and by that it really means that they care about what those ideas will do for them and the transformation that's possible due to those ideas. And so before you get into, hey, there's a book you can buy, we need to get into, hey, did you know this idea exists, and here's how it can transform your life.
Yeah, it's... Well, this person said, you know, be mean to the copy. So I'm just going to be mean. And that doesn't mean that you have to delete everything. I'm just going to be mean. This copy sucks. And here's why it sucks. You're being too on the nose. You are failing to understand that part of the logic of copy and enticing people is that it needs to be gradual. You can't just come out and be like, book, 5 stars, step up your game, buy the book. This is a cheat code. It made this much money. It made this much money. It made this much money. What you're getting is a systematized process by a highly paid copywriter named Jonathan. Like, copy, especially if you're trying to sell to people that are coming from a Facebook ad, who don't know who this person is, who don't know what's on offer, who's assessing this against other products in the same niche, it needs to be like a striptease. And I don't know how many of you like regularly go down to strip clubs like I do, but the one thing you got to keep in mind about a striptease is that it takes time. If a girl just came out and your clothes and that was the end of the dance and it just got started, strip clubs would have no patrons. That person would get no tips. I know this. I don't tip strippers when they don't put in effort.
Those, they're just, you know.
I was trying to be funny, but then it just went way overboard. When was the last time I went to a strip club? I don't even know. Anyway, the logic is the same here. You need to give some space. You need to contextualize things, top and tail things, like provide reasons and like couch things. What, and like Rod, the way Rod put it, I thought was perfect. What if I were to tell you that there is actually a cheat code for taking e-commerce brands from $0 to $1 million in just under a year? That's enticing copy. What if I were to tell you that there's a cheat code that allowed you to earn $172,000, you know, too much precision there, in 30 days for a coach selling info products? But notice what I'm doing here. That earned, you're just jumping straight to the next point. You're not actually spelling out with words what I'm supposed to think and feel along the way. That's important. Just as it's more important, in my opinion, to bring the book down a little. Even if you're reaching out to people that are product aware, spell out the benefit first and foremost up there at the headline.
Mm-hmm.
So what the problem with this is that it is lacking what is called gradualization, that is the striptease that copy should have, and it's lacking intensification, which is the notion that copy needs to get better along the way, more intense.
Yeah. Because without the sort of that larger context, a lot of the data feels flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, after
sorry.
you.
And this is like a small-ish thing, but I see this, people do this all the time. Credibility is great. It's important when we're talking about people, especially if we have like a guru type person like John is in the sales letter. We definitely want to like use credibility, but if the most credible thing you can say about somebody is that they're highly paid, you're probably better off not saying anything at all. And so characterizing him as highly paid copywriter is like, I don't know, it feels very weak to me and like kind of weird too. Like it's like he's done nothing else.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you think? Should we press on, or do you feel like that's enough to talk about here.
Let's
Like, where do you feel like we could give the most advice and like provide the most focus?
Let's skim and see if there's a place where they do get into more of that like style that we're talking about. Like, is it just all spelling out what's in the book, or is there anything about like the ideas, or like something that we could like that they can move around?
I don't know.
This is dear friend.
Yeah. Dear friend, writing to let you know you're about to read this new copywriting companion. We've been writing in third person for a fact. I'm not Jonathan. Later on to the page. But for now, I want to drive your attention to the stats and the systematized approach that Jonathan created and documented in his book. In case you missed the bullet section, the book is the cheat code that produced.
Don't say that. Just delete that line.
I don't know. I feel like this is not working.
Yeah, I'd agree. Go back, reapproach it. All of the things you're saying are fine. It's just doesn't feel like the right time or place to be doing this.
Yeah. All right. What do you think? Move on to the next thing?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Let's clear this out.
I've been listening to the song Thank You Next by Ariana Grande a lot lately. Feels like it'd be fitting music for the stream, but we'd get demonetized.
All right. Check there. All right. We got a product page for Alex's landing page course. I understand that the copy has already been picked, but this would be invaluable.
Sure.
All right. We have two of the same. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, here we go. And this is not going to allow me to zoom in. Yes, it will. Okay.
Hit the nail on the head.
Okay.
So, I'll read it.
All right.
So this is for our landing page masterclass. We scroll so I can read the reader.
Yes.
Before so. So their idea of our reader is someone who is not sure about landing pages, insecure about their abilities, and is searching for guidance. Idea: this product will make everything better and give you 20/20 vision of what a landing page is and how you do one. And you'll earn lots once you know that. P.S. I understand that. Okay. Cool. So hit the nail on the head. How to write landing pages that work. And essential for online businesses, landing pages are known by many, but understood by few. Luckily for you, one of the few who does understand landing pages is Alex. Alex has written hundreds of landing pages that have generated millions of dollars for his clients. In this masterclass, Alex reveals to you something getting nailed. Sorry. Let me scroll down again.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. The common mistakes that 85% of copywriters make that destroy a landing page before it even begins. The simple step-by-step process he uses to write winning landing pages time after time. This kind of reputation earns Alex huge six-figure contracts. And how to write copy that converts. Watch Alex write a landing page from start to finish for Healthera, a multi-million-dollar healthcare company. This course is a one-way ticket to shaking off your imposter syndrome, writing effective landing page copy with unshakable confidence, and better yet, earning good money just like Alex. Button. And then this course and the rest for just $20 a month on our Patreon. I think that's the end of the upfront, and this next part's probably the break.
Yeah. So this would go like in the top in the preview section. Do you feel like that's just overwritten, too much writing for that particular section?
Yeah, it is. It's the sort of characterization in the beginning, like it feels like it's not saying a ton. Like landing pages are known by many but understood by few. Luckily, Alex does understand. Is like doesn't feel particularly strong or compelling to me. Like that might be true in the grand scheme of things, but there are probably plenty of people who could talk to you about landing pages. And yeah, like what is the value proposition for someone in those first 3 sentences? He's not saying Alex will teach you how to do this. It's just Alex exists and he understands them and he has generated millions of dollars.
Yeah. It's imagine if you started off with like, there's one piece of copy that every single copywriter can get paid to write because every single business needs this type of copy. Landing pages.
Yeah.
You know, we're immediately starting off a little stronger because we're actually talking about like a need. You know, there's an implicit benefit there. So keeping that in mind, like keeping in mind the implicit benefit and like articulating things in that way could be a lot stronger.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah. Common mistakes that 85% of copywriters, I don't know why that's in quotes, make that destroy a landing page before it even begins. Yeah. This bullet doesn't feel right because here, like the copy, what you want to do is get people to read the rest or want to learn more. Whereas the copy here is meant to tell you what's actually in the thing, like how it actually will benefit people, you know, what they get when they buy. And, you know, that's why these are typically called fascinations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely needs to play up the intrigue.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. What do you think? We're almost 2 hours in, and this is the point where like I experience like a dip of fatigue, and then like I get really silly because like my prefrontal cortex is completely like dissolved.
AKA the part of the show that people really come for.
Exact. Copy that, Knights.
Knights.
Yeah, a masterclass on how to write landing pages feels weak. You know,
I think overall the sort of appeals here feel a bit generic.
Yeah.
Even with the bullets above, it's like nothing there was wrong per se, but there are things that we could say about lots of different content we make. And so what we really want is something that feels specific, not just to us as a brand, but also to this product specifically. So what are people going to learn here that they cannot learn anywhere else? What is a benefit they're going to get here that they wouldn't get from anything else we do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think the idea you had about thinking about the accessibility of landing pages as the first kind of type of copy that people get paid to write is a cool way of getting to that. But right now there isn't really a big idea here that I'm seeing.
Yeah, I would agree. And like when we use the term big idea, like what we're using as a sort of like proxy for like, you know, what is the thing that people want? Like what is the outcome that people want? You know, I have a whole spiel about big ideas, but for simplicity's sake, when we talk about ideas, we're talking about where a person is and where they want to go. There being a big chasm between you and the thing that they want. And the thing that they want, that's the idea. That's the desire, the desired self that you're trying to paint. And what you're doing in your copy is providing a bridge that gets them there. And the last little bit of the bridge is a little toll booth that says, oh, hey, you use the bridge, buy this product, and we'll let you get past to see that desired self. That's what good copy does. It's a bridge with a toll post that separates you from your desired self or whatever outcome that you want. And so this isn't really doing it. It's very on the nose. It's a masterclass on how to write landing pages naturally. So what I want you to do when you revise this or when you write a different piece of copy is to think about that. You know, start with desire, start with pain, like the things that people want versus the people that they want to get rid of. And then couch things around that. How is a landing page connected to that? That's what you want to articulate.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's move on to the next piece. All right, we got week 10 emails, Anthony high ticket drop shipping. Let's find the context here. And I'll read this one. Oh, let me reset this and then do this. All right, here's the context. This is a broadcast email I sent out this week for my client's email list. He's a guy that runs a high ticket drop shipping program. The reader is someone who just started high ticket drop shipping and looking for guidance. The idea is how a product is presented determines whether you buy it or not. Let me try to parse this. How a product is presented determines whether you buy it or not. So take your time to build a high ticket drop shipping store. Okay, so that's the argument that they're trying to make. Offer high ticket drop shipping mentorship program. Action. Click the link to apply for it. All right. Subject line. The truth about ugly homes.
Hey, if it ain't broke.
Preview text and what this means for high ticket drop shippers.
If it ain't broke.
I would write 5 or 6 more subject lines of like trying different angles and seeing if you can get that, because here's the thing. Your subject line, this does not need to be connected to this, your first line of your email. And in fact, this, if the email does not feel connected, the truth about ugly homes, there's an expectation gap there. You know, the truth about ugly homes, what's the intrigue? Oh, I want to learn the truth about ugly homes. But what do people get when they read this email? Well, immediately we get how a product is presented determines whether you buy it or not. So there's a disconnect there. Now, this is different from like an intrigue building subject line, my favorite subject line of all time, which is very simply, buy goats. Now, that subject line, buy goats, led to an email that started talking about problems and disruptions in the commodities market and how people can profit from them. So there was a connection there. Buy goats is related very, very much so to the commodities market. Goats are a commodity that one can trade. If you did not know that, you're welcome. The truth about ugly homes and what this means for high-ticket dropshippers, you have to kind of operate under the assumption that your preview text is going to have a cutoff somewhere around here. And very few, unless a window is very particularly wide, you only have a handful of characters to actually get your point. So the text that is most important in a second subject line or preview text are these words and not these words. And what this means are all words that communicate nothing. So you want to front load your preview text with high semantic content, the stuff that's valuable. The truth about ugly homes that high ticket dropshippers need to know. Now, is there a less cumbersome way of articulating high ticket dropshippers? I hope so. You might want to play around with that. Any thoughts on the subject line and preview text or things?
Yeah, not really.
Yeah. So, would you buy a home that looked ugly on the outside? I mean, depends. No. All right. Now, what if the house looked nice on the outside, but there were still rats when you walked in? You still wouldn't. This is an example of what we said before about antecedent. You still wouldn't. The elided text being buy it. So we are referring to this down here. You understand what I'm saying about being careful with your references. You still wouldn't buy a home. All right. Why? How a product is presented determines whether you buy it or not.
Oh, no.
Does that feel disconnected? That feels disconnected.
Yeah.
Help me here. I'm having a stroke.
I think it's just a bad analogy. Because really the presentation matters. Therefore, the presentation of your high ticket drop shipping store matters. So buy this thing to learn how to do it. So what they need from the analogy is to show two different instances. One thing that is obviously not good, so you're not going to do it, and then something that is not obviously not good, but still not good. And so the second one just needs to be something else, because right now it is definitely confusing.
Yeah. Because if the idea of this is talking about presentation, packaging, the outside of stuff, then you don't want to talk about the inside of the house. You want two things where, like, imagine a house that looks shoddy, run down on the outside, but the product is really good. Are people going to buy it? No. Or people going to buy the house? No. Now imagine a product where the outside is really good, but the inside is, just kind of passable. Okay. People are going to be much more likely to buy it. Now, again, here the house analogy kind of falls apart, like you said. And Rod, I feel like that's a departure from your, like, we need to talk about style, as opposed to me, which is we need to talk about ideas. I feel like we've been flip-flopping throughout this entire stream. So yeah, maybe the analogy just doesn't work, because what you're talking about here, how it's presented determines whether you buy it or not. You might want to play around with different analogies in terms of what you're talking about. This couldn't be more true for high-ticket dropshipping. All right, now since we are flipped, I am going to go with Rod and talk about a stylistic line editing thing. I've been doing a lot of that this particular stream. I've been dropping a lot of nuggets of line editing knowledge along the way. Stuff that's important for copywriting, like small little tweaks and doodads that help you write better. This could not be more true for thing. When you use negation in English, it's very confusing. So this is what's called a phrasal template. This couldn't be more true. But you have to understand that not everybody is going to know that particular phrase, and you might also be speaking to English as a second language learners. And in fact, we might be speaking to English as a second language learners. Let me ask you guys this. Is this confusing or not? Drop a Y or N in the chat. If it's confusing, drop a Y. Especially if English is not your first language. No. I feel like we're alone. Nobody's watching this. Oh well.
42 bots here.
Thank you. All right. My point here is that negation in a sentence can be very confusing. It takes a little bit more cognitive processing than simply saying, like, this is also true for high-ticket dropshipping.
Yeah.
So.
And also, do you have to say that? Like, what is the value of saying this? At this place, at this point in time, whatever. And so if you have something that could be potentially confusing that isn't of especially high value, do you need to say that? And the answer is usually no.
Yeah. It's a rocky transition, and people need to be aware of how they negate things in sentences.
Yeah, and reading the next line, I want to double down on what I just said, because you don't start talking about dropshipping. You start talking about, you go back to the idea of the product. And so you say, you could have a whole product, the whole world once, blah, 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 but your site's trash, no one's buying. We complete the thought, then weave dropshipping into it. Because before you get someone, you try to convince someone to believe that's relevant to dropshipping, you need to persuade them that the idea is true. And so complete your sort of argument for it, then try to say, this ties back to the reason you're actually here.
Yeah. What Rod is saying is absolutely true. You're bouncing all over the place. Your site is trash, no one's buying. Have you ever bought from a store where a product description has a bunch of typos? Listen, we got a thing, we got a different thing, we got another thing. It's several different ideas. So now we're talking, have you ever bought from a store where a product description has a bunch of typos? Probably not. I've seen the data. People do it all the time. But that's neither here nor there. Then why would anyone buy if a store does the same thing, especially when it's selling products that are $1,000+? When products are that expensive, your store is not a store. It's a whole e-exhibit. So start acting like it. I actually feel like this is pretty good. This is salvageable.
Yeah, I need a different word than e-exhibit.
Yeah.
Because I do like the contrast there, but it's like, it's not a bodega, it's a fucking Louis Vuitton store or something. I don't know. Maybe, I guess they're trying to like make it be like more like artsy or something. But I need a different word, but I like the idea.
Yeah, your store is not a store; it's a whole experience. So start acting like it. There you go.
Shout out to Mark in the chat, by the way, who said he was in bed watching this and he had to jump out to type. Wow.
I appreciate you, Mark. Thank you very much.
Need more viewers like Mark. All of you strive to be like Mark. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like right now this is good, but it's serving as a life support system for, you know, so a place where it could find a better home. If you make a site in a couple hours, like every other low ticket dropshipper, you are no doubt going to miss out on thousands of dollars. Everything from the homepage all the way to checkout must be as appealing as possible. I feel like we're just repeating ourselves at this point.
Yeah, and thinking about what the end objective is too, I don't think you need to elaborate this much, because your real goal should be to sow a whole bunch of doubt in the reader's mind about like, oh my God, what does it need to be? What's at stake? Yada, 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 to get them to click to get to the mentorship application page, which should be its own sales page. Like, you shouldn't have to make the full argument here. Just get them to click. DIC.
Yeah. Disrupt, build intrigue, click. You don't need to belabor these points, because on the other side of this link, which is going to a Calendly page, you should have some sort of page that gives more details. This person is not giving more details, which would insinuate that this might not need DIC. This probably needs more copy. In which case, then we need to sort of approach this a little bit differently.
That's interesting.
So if this is a good call to action / sales email, I want you to think about it like Lego. I'm totally stealing this analogy, by the way. You, person, bought that Lego set because you see what's on the box and you want to build what's on the box. The person that you desire to be is a person with the thing, the completed Lego thing. But Lego would be no fun if Lego were already built for you. You understand what I'm saying? So part of the process, the enjoyment of building a Lego thing, is building brick by brick by brick. And it has to structurally build a coherent thing. That is what your copy needs to be. What we did here, analogy, is throw in a bunch of bricks that don't feel like they're clicking together yet. And they don't feel like they're building towards something. You know, what is the grand thing that this is building towards? Is it an outcome? Is it like, what sort of thing are you trying to paint? What you're trying to do with Lego is you're trying to give somebody the thing that they, in their mind, anticipated along the way. And part of that really has to come down to like giving people a little bit more in terms of like what they can imagine, what the benefits. We say this all the time. What's in it for them? Mm-hmm. This doesn't really go into that. It just automatically assumes that that's what people want or have. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a very long analogy. And I literally in this entire stream have been talking about not being confusing. I think I just gave the most confusing analogy of all time.
It's better than this guy's analogy.
So I would love to know, I don't know if this person is reading right now, but I would love to know what the actual data is on this, because I suspect this probably didn't convert as well as they thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on to the next thing.
Yeah. So. Hey, if just call out to the person who wrote this, if you're watching this in the replay, write in the comments how this did. If you,
no, we would love to know. Like, Is Sean an idiot? Did this email sell like 38,000 high-ticket dropshipping mentorship programs? You know, one of the things about copywriting that like I feel very confident in is when I give advice, I'm doing it based on my context, my experience. Sometimes I can be wrong, but I'm not often wrong. When I am wrong, I like being called out. So, Not trying to save face here, man. All right, we got a new one. Another product page for our product pages. All right. Got Finding the Constellations, a masterclass on studying copy. Rod, I think this is for you.
It's for me.
Yeah, it's yours. And in fact, I think this is the person that you were talking about that we needed to actually do a review of.
Yes, because they submitted this a couple weeks ago and then made revisions, and I didn't have time to look at them, and so I was like, let's get them today.
Okay. Let's do it. Studying copy is one of the quickest ways for any beginner or intermediate copywriter to fast forward their growth, right? Higher converting copy and land bigger clients willing to pay them more for their copy. I feel like commas would suffice here rather than end dashes. Yep. Hey, I did a style thing, Rod. Are you proud of me?
I'm so proud of you. I feel like I've just like tainted you.
It isn't the first time you've tainted me.
It won't be the last.
All right, homoeroticism aside, let's press on. So, if you were wondering...
Inside.
Oh. Now we're talking.
Now we're talking.
How should I study copy? What should I look for? Then this is for you. Because in this masterclass, Rod reveals the easiest way to break down any piece of copy, all by using his secret 3-step copy study system. This certain study system is what allowed Sean to sell millions with his financial copy. My first reaction when I read this is not, that's not true, even though it is not true. My first reaction to this is, I'm a cold reader. Who the fuck is Sean? You understand what I'm saying here?
Mm-hmm.
A person landing on this page is not going to immediately know all the copy that gurus by name.
Yeah. There's also the line of what does the study system have to do with the result?
Yeah.
And so just as an objection, my first thought is, okay, well, that probably helped, but there's a lot of steps in between this such that the study system probably isn't the primary contributor to that outcome. So,
yeah. There's ways to finagle that. Again, with copy, we're wordsmiths, bullshit artists, if you will. This certain study system contributed to Sean selling millions. That's how you would rephrase and finagle this. So, Alex to own multiple successful e-com businesses and Rod to influence Nike's advertising. Yeah, it's, again, like, change the wording around to actually make it technically true. Right now, I don't think this paragraph is working.
Yeah.
Now, Rod, did you know that the 3-step copy study system, with it, you will be able to spot conceptual hidden language and patterns that only the top 1% of expert copywriters can see?
Didn't know it was that percentage, but sure.
Did you know that with your own system, your 3-step copy study system, which is a bad name, by the way, I'm repeating it to emphasize that point, you'll be able to discover exactly why certain pieces of copy go on to sell millions while others fail and bankrupt businesses? That's a stronger bullet.
But discover is that what real? Is that true?
What's up?
But is that true?
Don't be a precision fetishist, Rod.
Well, this is like on a factual level, is this a thing that it's doing? Because if it's factually true in some way, then I can sure, we can make the argument, we can have the copy on here, the bullet. But if it's not true, then we're just kind of pulling this out of our asses, and then we're getting into different territory. Yeah. And so,
well, how would we finagle this to make it technically true? Yeah. If we're going to rein this in.
Yeah. So there's two potentially problematic areas to me. One is, are people actually going to discover that with the system? Is the system teaching them about what makes copy successful or not? Maybe they'll come to grasp that over time, but I don't know I don't think that's something I like literally talk about. Hey, you will learn the difference between the best and the worst. And then the other potential problem is like, I guess a similar thing is like, is there copy that actually bankrupts businesses unless you're getting to some like crazy SEC like legal filings or lawsuits or
Yeah.
And so are they going to see that kind of thing?
If that's not in the masterclass, then that would be what we would consider a disruption, a distance between the copy and reality. If we can't bridge that with wordsmithing, then the copy's got to change. That's how it works.
Yeah. And I think the sentiment is fine. It's like basically just like you will learn how to identify successful copy or something, but just tone it down a little bit.
Yeah. I'm going to give you a little inside baseball, all few people that are watching right now. A lot of people in the direct response businesses will actually write the copy before they make a product. A lot of people didn't know that. A lot of marketing campaigns, a lot of ads and commercials, they exist before the product exists. The reason why they do that is so that once the copy is really dialed in and we're making promises that feel really strong and the copy feels really strong, well, then it's easy to be like, okay, the copy makes these promises. Here's what we can fulfill. It becomes a little checkbox. And now the product that you were going to make, you just add the things that like you want to add to, you want to fulfill in the copy. I have stories that I can tell about that, but like most of you are not going to early in your career have the opportunity to do that. When you do have the opportunity to do that, what you're doing is called creating fantasy bullets. Fantasy bullets are where you just like list out like what you would want the product to have in order to sell the product really well. A lot of people like tend to overdo it, and when you take this to the guru or to the business, they're like, we can't fulfill that. You're like, all right, well, I'll just remove that bullet. They're fantasy bullets. But when you're selling something that exists, you want to make sure that what you're alluding to alludes to something in the actual product, that all the promises you're making can be true.
Yeah.
So discover what triggers human. Hey, that's mean. Discover what triggers human emotion and copy and how to evoke certain psychological responses from your readers on command.
Physiological responses.
Sorry, my dyslexia was acting up. Okay. Discover Rod's 3-level ITO system for studying copy. Unlock the secrets behind any high-converting piece of copy and skyrocket your growth as a copywriter.
So there's one problem immediately. Now we're calling it an ITO system, whereas before it's just like, what? 3-step copy study system. Make sure we have consistency.
Yeah. You're going to call something, call it the same thing throughout. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is just, it's too much. It's doing too much. Focus on the intrigue or focus on the benefits. Be careful about mixing up too much, especially for this particular context. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it works. Here it doesn't really work. If you are looking to quickly improve your copy, to write copy that converts like crazy for your clients so they offer you work on repeat, or to land bigger clients willing to pay you stacks of money to write their copy, this is for you. What do you think?
I think it's okay. It's a little long. I mean, even just breaking up on a line level would make that better for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. In this 42-minute masterclass, Rod will teach you his 3-level ITO study system. And how do you actually call it the ITO system in your thing, or like do you use words that start with an I, a T, or an O?
I don't think so.
That doesn't really matter so long as like you're saying like, well, first we look at the idea, then we look at the threads, then we look at the offer, you know, things like that, because then the copy can do that.
Yeah. I don't think I call it anything like that.
That doesn't really matter so long as there's something on the other end of the sale that the copy is pointing to, so that we're not baiting and switching people.
Yeah. I think they're probably in the safe zone.
Yeah. And how you can use it to break down high converting pieces of copy, remix their ideas, adapt them to your industry, and get massive results from your own copy straight away without stealing or plagiarizing. I'm just gonna come out straight through and make a criticism that I've made a few times in this. Your sentences are too long. They're too mealy. They take too long to understand, to comprehend, to read. They're cumbersome. Shorten your sentences. Make them more succinct. And with that, you will become more powerful. More powerful than anyone ever imagined. More powerful than your clients can possibly handle. They'll just have to give you money. That's what short sentences will do for you. That's not a guarantee. Now, Rod.
Yes.
Did you know that you've been using this secret system to remix and craft high-converting copy for years now? And it's why Nike trusted you to work on their advertising and branding campaigns.
Yes, for the first half. Second, that's not true.
So take notes, reader, as he shares his copy studying secrets and shares his burner file method for finding great swipe-worthy copy to break down at the press of a button. We got a 3-level ITO system. We got a burner file method. We have a secret system to remix. We have multiple layers of untruths. I have a feeling that this copy we need to rein it in and pare it back. Like, it's fun. Yeah. Sorry, after you.
No, I was agreeing. Yes.
Yeah, it's get back to brass tacks. It is fine to give Rod a system, to go through his slides and label it a system, as long as we're pointing to something. I, T, and O. This is Rod's 3-level system for studying copy revealed at 10:07. I don't remember that part of your masterclass, but if it's there, that works.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, like, you don't need to confuse people by mixing stuff in. And also, like, I don't know. I just don't feel like you're doing a good enough job of, like, spelling out why somebody would benefit from the system, why they would want it. And then also, like, you know, you're just going to encounter problems when you're just saying things that, like, are a little bit distant from, like, Rod's actual lived experience, or at least what he would be comfortable lying about.
Sure.
Yeah. Do you have any other comments for this? Anything else that you want us to dig into?
No, I think we're good. I just now found the PowerPoint. I've been looking this entire time. Yeah, no, we're good.
All right. Let's see. Check. All right. We got Mercy. Oh, as per Rod's recommendation, I changed the headline to be more community focused. Also added a quick lead showing this product is a community. It's a monthly subscription community for real estate agents. Community contains a mini course, monthly challenge, community, and live calls, Q&A, and live events. Okay?
Yeah. So just context for this. Basically what it is they have some sort of like real estate community that they're trying to like sell a subscription to. And it's aimed at people kind of regardless of what level you are to find solidarity, learn faster, yada, yada, yada. And last time, I think my biggest thing was it was confusing what exactly they were offering. And so was it, and like why they were offering it. So hopefully we'll see some more clarity here.
Okay.
Yeah, it was written pretty well though.
Okay. Sign 10 plus listings in my first 30 days. Wouldn't that be signed? Past tense? This is a thing that they did?
Hope so.
All right. So Tanya Lee, unique name, community member. Interesting. Proven, unique name, blueprint community. Private community with proven results and tools for you to get ahead. Proven,
Mhm.
not really working. Unique name, I imagine they have a placeholder. They don't know what the name is going to be yet.
Yeah.
Community designed to help you overcome your next roadblock, regardless of your career stage. Really quick. If you go back to the very beginning of the stream, we go through all the steps and everything, like how to go through or get your copy reviewed. Now, private community with proven resources and tools for you to get ahead as early as in 30 days.
And in as little as 30 days.
Yeah, this is not really working for me. Community designed to help you overcome your next roadblock, regardless of your career stage.
Yeah, there's a little bit of repetition there. You could nix the community part and just say, overcome your next roadblock, regardless of your career stage, because you talk about how it's community right above. So,
if we just landed on this page, do we know what career we're even talking about?
we do not. Yeah, we do not actually.
Yeah.
Unless it's in like the name of the thing, real estate, whatever kind of.
Yeah.
But currently, it's not. So.
Yeah, currently it's not. Like right now, like all this is divorced from context. I don't know whom this is for. I don't know what this is all about. So, it's not going to help me overcome my next roadblock, regardless of my career stage, if I don't know what career we're even talking about here.
Yeah, there's like a clue with a quote. Maybe you sign 10 listings, but I think in principle it does need to be more grounded and just expelled out before.
Yeah.
Research and yeah.
So, also, by the way, Rod, I know that you've been on this for 2 hours with me, and I know that you're technically at work and stuff like that. Listen, I've decided to be the martyr and like review all the copy that got submitted. You don't need to walk through the fire with me. So if you got to go, I understand.
I'm good for now. How many more do we have? Do you know, ish?
Let's see. After this, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces.
Oh God. Okay.
Do you want to alternate? Like I'll do one, you do one, and then that way, like rather than like it be like full of crosstalk, that way like you can Slack and like do work on the side while I talk, and then vice versa.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So I'll do this one. You take 5, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
All right. Community designed to help you overcome the next roadblock. Okay. Lead. This is more than just a community that tries to upsell once you get inside, or just a bunch of free pre-recorded live webinars that tries to sell you something at the end.
Mm-hmm.
What? And this community is certainly more than just... Don't sell me against... Don't tell me what this isn't before you tell me what this is. Take a look below and discover more about the unique name community and how it can potentially double your income. All right, we have a very vague, unspecific, ununique promise here. Listen, if we're talking to real estate agents, potentially doubling your income, not going to be it. That's not it, fam. Signing 10 plus listings in 30 days for a real estate agent, that's good. Take a look below and discover how this community can actually help you potentially double the number of listings you close every single month. That is a specific and powerful promise. You don't need to promise doubling income because the real estate agent has already done that in their mind. You've already accomplished that. This is not working. Choose one of the leads from great leads. Like, is this an offer? If it's an offer, like actually spell out what the offer is. Like what's exciting about it? What's cool about it? What's different about it? So 10,000 plus members and growing fast. Join today and let's start your real estate journey together. So wait, hold on for a second. Is this specifically for beginners or for people at any stage of their career? I'm confused. Diverse community, diverse opportunity. Various company logos. I don't understand. Discover how you can win clients. So it's plural, so it would be S apostrophe. Win clients' trust. Check. Impress clients with easy wins. Make it easier for clients to remember you. Master referral skills for yourself. I feel like we're just lacking specificity here. I don't really understand fully what we're talking about. From absolute zero to diamond, I think we've changed our units. This community will give you the support you need to take control of your success. New agents haven't closed a single deal yet. Don't panic. Everyone starts from zero. Never feel lost, scared, or confused again. Gain the clarity, guidance, and support you're searching for. Guys, gals, everybody in between. If you're going to sell a community, really you need to sort of lean into social proof and evidence. Now, I'm going to show you an example of a landing page for a community that I think sells very well for what it's trying to do. Here we go. The Real World by Andrew Tate. Let's take a look at this landing page. It's just what it is. Money making is a skill. Like every skill, it can be learned. Join now. Not a whole lot of fluff around what this is. It really is built around like presupposed knowledge about what this is and who this is. Again, you're not selling a course, you're not selling a community, you're selling this dude. And he already did a lot of the selling. So when you're talking about this community, what is the thing that's powerful about this community that you can really sort of latch onto and sell? If it's not a personality, Andrew Tate has a hell of a lot of personality. Well, you got to identify a specific thing that you're going to talk about. So let's see what Andrew Tate does, or at least the copywriter he has hired, and what they do to spell that out.
Wow, dude, that's actually insane.
And I got another client.
It's a child speaking.
Yes. This is what we call in the business a sizzle reel.
Last month, that's what took me to 5K.
I've taken 14,000, made 52,000 out of it.
Everybody in the real world is making money. The biggest, the largest.
Everyone in the real world is making money. We're starting off with money. Everyone in the real world is making money. The emphasis is on the outcome. Outcome, outcome, outcome. We don't even know what the fuck the real world is yet. And that doesn't matter because you're selling the outcome. The copy is showing you the outcome and then building a bridge to help you get there. That's what the rest of the copy is.
Benefit to the real world is direct access to professors
who are taught by millionaires.
The other cool thing that this is doing is that it's the copy, all the copy is just testimonials. It's edited together testimonials. That, my friends, my lovers, my fellow patriots, that's good copy because it's taking a sort of standard fare thing and building it out and showing in the copy the actual proof. The people talking serve a dual purpose of providing the copy, the arguments for joining, as well as providing the proof that they themselves have succeeded. That's good marketing. We don't need to watch the whole thing.
That I never even knew existed before joining.
Because the whole sizzle reel is built around outcome. Now, if we look back at this copy, what is the singularly focused outcome that we're talking about here? You get a community. And also this community is not the same as other communities. and also it can double your income. Like, there's no focus here. It's violating the rule of one. This, the real world, is abiding by the rule of one, and it's focusing specifically on the outcome. Now that we're enticed, now that Andrew Tate has us by the short and curlies, what is the real world? That is what we call answering an objection. Now that we know what's in it for us, we know the benefit, the possible outcome, we're going to have a question. But wait, pray tell, what is the real world? The copy asks the question for us. The real world, founded by Andrew Tate, is a global community. Look at that. You're trying to do the same thing as this page, but worse. This is a global community where thousands of students share the common goal of achieving financial abundance. Each member receives exclusive training and guidance from our millionaire industry experts. That's pretty enticing. That sounds like a really good benefit for being a member of this global community. Our one-of-a-kind education platform, which focuses on financial freedom, has positively transformed the lives of thousands of students. This, my friends, is called a promise lead. This is promise copy. It's making a big promise, and like I said earlier on the stream, a big promise is predicated on you believing two things: that the promise is fulfillable, and that the promise is enticing enough. This section handled the enticing enough. This section is getting into, and now beginning, the can we actually fulfill the promise? The cool thing about this, and having actual testimonials be part of the sizzle reel, well, that in itself is providing proof that a lot of people have accomplished what you're hoping to accomplish. So it's doing dual duty. It's good copy. Is it a good product? We're not even going to touch that. What I'm saying is that this is doing successfully what you're trying to do here. What you want to do here is a similar thing. Not the same thing, obviously. You want to be unique and you want to be specific to the product. You want to make sure that you're spelling out a very specific outcome. And you're doing so in an enticing way. And you're making promises that you can fulfill. Testimonials are a very good way to do that. You're doing that a little bit, but you're not doing it exceptionally well. Another thing that I want to point out too. Oh, hold on. I accidentally closed the thing. So you should focus on one main point when writing the copy. Notice what's happening here. There's one main point here, but there's a lot of subtext happening on one main point. This has a different main point, but it's still attached to the same broader idea. Then we get into a different idea. It's structured so that each section has one main point, but it flows well from one to the other. We're not confused when we're reading this. Private networking community. And then you have little bullets to tell you like why it's worth doing, why it's worth paying attention to this. Get mentored every step. Again, one of the things that newbie copywriters constantly want, even though they don't need it, is a mentor. They want mentorship. This is promising you the outcome that you want. What do we teach? Learn all digital skills. All of them. Literally all of them. The business models we teach are completely online, location independent, one-on-one advice from industry experts powered by AI technology. Listen, we can laugh, but that's good copy. At least it's good copy for the people that would buy the real world.
Yeah.
Because,
I'm surprised they didn't add blockchain on there. Web3.
Yeah. It needs blockchain. Oh, it has it right down here. Investment strategies. Modern strategies crafted to align with your unique risk tolerance and time preference. Bitcoin, stocks. That's it.
Boom.
Yeah, it's, again, this copy is perfectly, the person who wrote this knows their audience so very well.
Yeah.
So very, written perfectly for that. When I read this, I don't really know who it's for. I know you say that it's for real estate agents. I don't understand how this is enticing. I don't understand what it's using to entice them. Starting the journey, that's not as powerful as like giving people access to mentorship in their real estate journey. Diverse community, diverse opportunity. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean compared to, say, getting a private networking community, engage with like-minded individuals pursuing similar goals, getting mentored every step, getting step-by-step blueprints, mastering skills to maximize your income? This is good stuff for what it is. I'm not saying emulate this for your copy, but I'm saying you want to understand what this is doing and be like, okay, how would I do this but for real estate agents? That's the problem that you have to solve. So I guess people got a free, quick little like copy breakdown of like why Andrew Tate's copy is good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would agree with this. So
I mean, it's interesting because there are places where they speak to some of the things that do seem pretty specific to the industry and the people are imagining. It's just that they're talking about so many different things in such a short span of time or space that it all feels jumbled and confused. But it seems like this person does kind of have a sense of like what their audience wants, just hasn't been able to organize in a way that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Listen, people want real estate opportunities, but is this phrasing good for a real estate agent who wants more listings?
Yeah.
No, if you were selling to real estate investors, probably. But if you're interested, you must act quickly. And quickly in what? The real estate opportunity? Interest? Like, what? It's very jumbled. We're jumping from sentence to sentence. It's violating the rule of one, as I said before. So these are things that you want to keep in mind when you revise this. This doesn't feel like it's working stupendously well for me. It needs clarity. And the temptation, I think, is going to be, and what I suspect is, Rod, you probably gave this person feedback, and then they changed a few sentences, added a few things, and thought they were good to go.
Yeah.
No. This person needed to revise. And if you break down the word revise, it literally means see again. You need to re-see what you're doing here through new eyes. So that was my pedantic spiel about the etymology of revision.
I appreciate it, actually.
I did it just for you, not for all the people watching.
This show is just for us.
Dylan Madden writes Tate's copy. Yeah, obviously he's doing fairly well. So good for him.
Young, bald copywriter.
Yeah, it's what is it? Bald copywriters, man. We get all the success. You and I were given a roadmap to. Yeah, I feel like part of the problem, like this person needs to like really drill down and understand like how are they going to hook people? How are they going to entice people? What is it that they're trying to do here? I feel like that's lost. Is there anything else that we can really say about this?
I don't think so. Sorry, I looked up Dylan Madden and his hair is, I hate it so much.
Oh, you hate it?
Yeah, he's very bald, but in a really unflattering way. Like, I like your style, your flavor of bald. This guy's flavor of bald is not for me.
Well, I appreciate that. Listen, if you have a weirdly shaped head, you probably shouldn't be bald. I happen to have a very aesthetically and symmetrically shaped head. So there you go.
Yeah, he's like short and has a very, very round head, and so it's just like he looks like a butterball turkey.
A butterball turkey. Be nice. Be nice. Watch one day, like we have him on as like an interview or something like that, and he's just like, that other person who owns Copy That called me a butterball turkey. What the hell?
I said his head looks like one. I mean, it's not. I'm not wrong. It's just.
It's true. It's true. It is. We're also probably never going to have the real world people on the show. It's kind of a
probably not.
Yeah, antithesis of goals and values.
Yeah. Ironically, because we live in the real world.
I sidebar conversation, because we've passed 2 hours, and like this is the part where I sort of lose my mind a little bit.
Mhm.
I reject out of hand the concept of the Matrix, like this whole analogy of the Matrix and this notion that like the real world even exists.
Yes.
I think that when somebody quote unquote wakes up from the Matrix, all they do is enter another Matrix. There is nothing outside of a frame of reference. It is just you're in one frame of reference or you're in a different one. There's nothing that exists outside the frame of reference. Einstein taught us that.
Yes. My problem with it too is that there's a sort of underlying assumption that is semi-conspiratorial to just outright conspiratorial, depending on where you find yourself. That is like, these people secretly control the world, or the puppet masters behind everything, and that's why you have all the problems you have. When the reality is that the world is a complicated place, and the reasons you have your problems are multifaceted, and some of those reasons have to do with you and your choices, and some of those reasons have nothing to do with you and are the consequences of like choices and decisions that are being made for reasons that don't even involve you. And so if you look at things like geopolitics, the reason that we have conflicts around the world is rarely ever so simple as just, oh, this group doesn't like this other group, or these people make money when this thing happens, therefore that's why it happens. It's like, those answers are very satisfying to think, and to wake up one day and realize, oh yeah, this person is a financial interest or whatever, might feel revelatory if you are lacking in useful nuance. However, there's a way in which those sort of like, what's the word? Simple, facile understandings of the world ultimately do, like you're saying, like lock you into a different sort of matrix that is, I'd argue, even less productive than the one most people find themselves in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting too, because the whole concept of the Matrix, both from the original movie and the way that Andrew Tate and others talk about it, it's straight from Marxist theory. It's all ideology. It's all like literally like Althusser like wrote basically what these people are saying, like back in the 60s and 70s, you know, before he shot his wife. And like, which is a true thing. That's a true story. You know, the theorist Althusser, who talked about this stuff, shot his wife. And what he basically said was just like, listen, we live in the soup of ideology, and because we live in it, we don't see it. And how is ideology? How is our frame? How are we plugged into the Matrix? Through school, through jobs, through the church, through education, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so like he was the first person to spout a lot of this stuff. You know, Andrew Tate is not saying anything that's different from the socialist Marxist critic Althusser. But, you know, now it's just being applied to a capitalistic context. It's bizarre. It hooks people, it grabs them by the short and curlies, but it shows a lack of an oversimplistic, as you said, understanding of like how ideology works and how it pervades and permeates all things.
It's convenient fiction.
Where does Hegel fit into the concept of the real world?
We're 30 seconds away from that.
Well, here's the thing. Hegel was that, you know, he was all about that teleological thing. Marx was actually a student of Hegel, and Marxist thought and criticism is Hegelian in nature. It's actually a rejection of Hegel, because Hegel was all about like, you know, spiritual thesis, you know, antithesis, you know, synthesis, and that's basically how like all of human history has sort of progressed in this sort of metaphysical way. And Marx, there were like three major philosophical thinkers who were students of Hegel, who basically rejected Hegel in different ways. Kierkegaard was one of them. There was another one who I forget, and then Marx was the third one. And Marx's whole criticism of Hegel was like, yeah, you're right about human history working that way, but you're wrong in that it's metaphysical. We are talking about material things here, and we can prove that history and society moves in this way by just looking at the way that societies structure themselves. And that's how the whole concept of, you know, the movement to capitalism existed. And what he was basically arguing was that, well, how do these things permeate? How do these things get communicated from mind to mind? Ideology. false consciousness, as Marx wrote.
Yeah. Is you said Althusser is the other guy?
Althusser. Yeah.
Althusser. Is that the same sort of genealogy that leads us to like the theorizing around like capitalist realism?
No, that was Lukács. Lukács did that. Frederick Jameson talked about that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think Frederick Jameson did Capitalism and Schizophrenia, or yeah, I think so. I could be wrong. It's been many years since I read all this.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with it from like the tail end, like Mark Fisher. I know that's not an original idea from him.
But yeah, it's very interesting to me to see Marxist thought co-opted to sell people Bitcoin courses.
Yeah. Yeah. And by the same people who'd be like, "Oh, we're not fucking socialists, freedom."
Oh yeah, exactly. The same people like that are just like super anti-commie, super pro-capitalist. Like, I'm in it to get the bags. Yeah. But the idea that's being sold to them is basically literally like ripped from the page of not just socialists, but like really like hardcore communists. So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway, I guess we should go back to critiquing copy.
Wait 1 second. Just so everyone knows, Zach, you asked for this.
Yeah, no, I can talk about like the ideological and intellectually genealogical thread of thought that goes through Marxist text and critical thinking. I'm more interested though in the offshoots, like the people who are just like, okay, Marxist thought was kind of the dominant prevailing way of sort of understanding and thinking about the world. And like even capitalists, like pro-capitalist and pragmatic thinkers used a lot of Marxist criticism to understand the world, because if you look at Marx, like actually read Das Kapital, Marx wasn't fucking wrong. He just had certain assumptions and then looked at the world and said, this is the way it is. And guess what? All the messages that you're getting from like Imam Ghazi and fucking Andrew Tate, like on TikTok, they are not different from what Karl Marx wrote in Das Kapital. They're not.
So that's my weekend project. Just read all of Das Kapital.
There you go. That's actually my morning read. I read the Communist Manifesto every single morning before I get up and go to work writing financial copy. Just to balance it out,
I believe that.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, it is interesting. It is interesting to see how all this stuff, and like even using the Matrix too, like the Wachowskis use the Matrix as a metaphor for the feeling of being born in the wrong body. The whole original analogy of the Matrix was used to describe the transgender experience. And like, I have a feeling that if Andrew Tate actually knew about that, he probably would have chosen something different. Maybe he doesn't care. He probably doesn't care. He's not a precision fetishist.
He's not.
So, like, they even put that in the. I'm not talking about like subtext here. It's text. Like, there is a character in the Matrix, the original Matrix movie, called Switch, and guess what happens when they go in and out of the Matrix?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen that. Switch the Matrix.
Yeah.
Oh, huh.
Like, again, like, not pulling any of this stuff out of my ass. This is just reading words and being like, oh, these people are using the same words. So, anyway, that's my big problem with, like, a lot of the messages of Andrew Tate. Now, I have my own problems with, like, Marxism as a concept. Like, for example, again, Marx was responding to Hegel's teleology, and I'm just not a teleologist. Like, I think the notion, the premise that we are moving forward in any way is just patently ridiculous.
Yeah, I concur. It's those sorts of assumptions are interesting too, because then they end up getting buried under lots of like subsequent statements, such that like you have to dig through 30,000 other things to get to this underlying assumption that like probably isn't true in the first place. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah. That's my big issue. That's one of the reasons why I'm not a Marxist. It's because I'm not a teleologist. And so like it has nothing to do with like how capital is structured in society. I reject the very premise that Marxism is founded upon.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's more the notion that workers are any more equipped to make good decisions than capital owners seems not true. And democracy is not all it's cracked up to be. Some level of authoritarianism is useful and not morally terrible.
Yeah. Again, well, you're a very Richard Rorty, like very pragmatic, like, listen, we got to make do with what we got. You're that kind of person.
People also suck. And like let's be real. Like, we all know a lot of people. And probably the average person we know is like, okay, but like we wouldn't want them running our lives or making big decisions for us. Then you have to imagine, well, half of people are going to be worse than that average person. And you're like, well, do we want to base our entire economy or like the way we structure everything in our society around that person and their decision-making ability? Probably not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what is that? That's Socrates' argument or Plato's argument against democracy.
Yeah.
So do you agree with the Republican notion that like there are certain branches of government that just should not be elected?
Yes.
Cool, man.
With the caveat that like the sort of process around how those positions are like chosen or whatever also needs to be somewhat protected, because like, for example, in the US right now with the Supreme Court, and like I don't think that Supreme Court justices should definitely not be elected. And I don't have a huge problem with them being nominated. Terms should probably be limited to some extent. Maybe like say like 25 years, 30 years, cool. But like the fact that the process around who gets to pick who that is one, political, but also political in the sense that it is the result of a democratic process, seems somewhat flawed to me. So if you're voting for the person who is going to pick that person, like, people still have maybe too much control over it. And so it ends up being this politicized, as we've seen lately. I'd much rather have it be like, I don't know, the Fed, where I guess that person is appointed as well, but like is still much more independent of the political process.
I feel like we've
What do you
got
feel about the Fed?
very far off the rails here.
Yeah.
All right. So no more podcast. No, we're not. Stop that. No, go away. Nope. Unclick. Yeah, it's and listen, I actually love Zizek. Like, just because I disagree with an idea doesn't mean that I hate the idea or the person espousing it.
I have a bias against him because I actually don't disagree with him on as much as I would think, but his take makes it so hard for me to listen to him, which is really frustrating.
That's Zizek. You see the ideology.
Yeah, and I'm not a decorum fetishist, but like I do feel like it's distracting.
I like how we're just fetish shaming throughout this entire stream.
I love it. I wish every stream like this.
All fetishes are banned under Rod's authoritarian America.
Next, beans on toast.
True. Alex, you're out of copy that until you get better taste in food.
Good luck. What are his choices over there?
Oh, it's either that or blood pudding or haggis.
Yeah.
Those are the only three things that British people eat.
And they don't even have hot sauce to make it tolerable. Like chicken.
God, oh my God, it's true. Awful. Just awful. I hope one day that the English people discover flavor. Anyway.
We can only pray.
we should probably read this copy.
Right. It's a masterclass page.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Do you want to read this one, or do you want me to read this one?
Yeah, I'll read it.
Okay.
So the reader is a 35-year-old overworked chiropractor who is disillusioned with their career because they're under a mountain of debt, bills are piling up, and they're barely scraping by even after 10 years in practice. The idea is that this masterclass gives chiros the sales skills they need to better communicate the value of their services. The offer is a 7-week training program ending with a 2-day live event, and the audience is problem aware or awareness audience, whatever, problem aware. Added context, this is a product page for a 7-week sales training program for docs. Chiropractors, like many other healthcare providers, believe sales to be a dirty word. For most, it's not until they've been in the business for a while or they're down bad that they admit they need to develop sales skills. The chiropractor consulting industry has a reputation for being extremely predatory. It's not uncommon to hear about practice management companies signing up chiros to multi-year ironclad contracts. Many of these consultants haven't ran their own product for years and sometimes decades, so they're out of touch with what the modern practice and patient look like today. That's cool. Great prod. Great context. So, build your dream practice with our D1 and D2 masterclass. Join a group of docs skyrocketing close rates through the art of getting the yes. Details. A button.
Oh, God. Yeah. It's in hell.
It's
Scottsdale.
Scottsdale's hell?
Yeah, that Scottsdale, Fresno, and Van Horn, Texas are all the 3 layers of hell.
What is in Van Horn, Texas? I've never heard of this place.
Only bad memories.
I'm sure we'll unpack that one day.
One day. Not on stream.
One day. God. So the numbers don't lie. 50%. So the industry average is 50%. Our close rate is 90. This many doctors trained. Average 4x average ROI. So one thing immediately, don't have these two numbers next to each other, the industry versus yours. Just say how much higher yours is than the industry. Easy fix.
Yeah. I mean, they could do the juxtaposition where it's just simpler, where like the text at the top of the column is industry average, and then our close rate, and then below you have 50 versus 90, and then 90 is like green and like written in Comic Sans and stuff like that.
Yeah. That's
also
it's just wow.
Yeah. Van Horn sucks.
I'm surprised
no apologies to anybody in Van Horn. I'm sorry for throwing you off, Rod.
No, you're good. Sorry. Our friend Jared just texted me. Yeah, so dear chiropractor, isn't yes the sweetest sound in the world? Yes, I accept your schedule of care. Yes, I will bring my husband in tomorrow for an exam. Yes, you and your practice are important to our family. Yes is more than just a pleasant self-esteem boosting word that your patients say. This 3-letter word keeps your doors open and allows you to live the lifestyle fit for a doc. Put simply, yes is the most important thing that can happen to your practice. So let me ask you one thing. How often do you train on the art of getting the yes, aka sales? Since it's the most important thing that happens in your practice, I hope your answer is all the time. After working with over 4,000 docs, I know that's likely not the case. You may have thought, I need to learn basic business skills like accounting, billing, and maybe even marketing. But for some reason, you've always considered sales to be a dirty word, something beneath you. Hey, I get you. I once thought that too. But sales is really nothing more than a skill, and an important one at that. Think about it. Sales is the most important thing for you to provide care, keep your doors open, enjoy the life you've worked so hard for. Yet most docs spend little to no time mastering the art of the sell. That's like dreaming of winning the Tour de France without riding a bike. If you're not where you want to be in practice, and I could offer you one piece of advice, it'd be to learn how to ethically and authentically get patients to say yes. Because when you master this one skill, you no longer have to bob and weave uncomfortably when new patients question your treatment plan. Patients you normally write off as tire kickers begin to fully trust you and commit to your entire schedule of care. Your hamster wheel of new patients gets replaced with familiar faces returning to your practice for months at a time. In short, learning sales is the power to transform your practice and your life. That's why we created a thing. You want to stop here and talk?
You know, that's the first lead that we've read today where you got through it, and there was not a single point where it was just like red flag, red flag, red flag.
Uh-huh.
You know, there was not a single point when you were reading it where I was just like, Rod, please stop. I can't hear anymore.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Yes, I agree. And I don't know, it depends a little bit maybe on the specific traffic you're driving towards this page, but it feels a little on the nose to me. Like you go like it
because like, you know, look at the copy, how it's being framed. This is, you know, this is going to chiropractors who know that they're being sold to, who know what this is for, who know what they want.
I guess if it is, you do just have a chiropractor list. My first thought was that it felt like that entire section was just selling them on the idea that sales isn't a bad thing. And I don't know. It kind of depends on where they go next, but like once they know that sales is a good thing, is that going to lead naturally into your thing? Is there some sort of unique mechanism in there? If they think that sales is a bad thing, it felt like you're saying like getting yes is really important. Therefore, sales is important. And you used to think that sales were dirty, but it's not. But for that, but it's not piece, it didn't really feel like there was much to kind of differentiate from traditional sales training appeals that people have made to them in the past. And so if they're going to do that, I would want to see some more on like, hey, this isn't like the thing that has like creeped you out for the last 20 years of your practice or 10 years. Was my feeling.
Yeah. I feel like it's working, but at the same time, I do agree that like I'm not entirely sure that you like, for example, it does feel long. It feels long for what it is. If this were like a video sales letter, like if this were like a video introduction to the top of this page, then I can see this working very, very well. But written down, trying to sell the idea of sales, it feels a little off.
Yeah.
That said, that's like such a fine-tuning, like, you know, sound in the mix that like I don't want to devote another 40 minutes to discussing like should this or shouldn't this, because right now it's kind of working for what it's trying to do. Like Marcos, I think, did a good job. Now it's again like figuring out like what's working versus what's not. And honestly, like I think the thing that is going to teach him the most is probably putting this out into the world and getting data.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, for example, if he loads this up onto a landing page, and that landing page like has a heat map, and it shows him like where people drop off, and he finds out that people are dropping off like and like logging off the webpage here, well, then you know that you're carrying on for a little bit too long about the thing that I guess isn't really important for your argument. There's no way to really know that until you start testing, though. Like this copy is at that point. In my opinion, I could be wrong. I always am. Like people, the few folks that have like stuck around through like communist talk, I'll copy that.
The drop off is less severe than I thought.
Yeah, the drop off was not as terrible as I thought. In fact, we had more people for communist talk than we did for actually reviewing copy. Yeah. Here, we have this. Just joined. If they are warmish and they know the value of sales, therefore emphasizing a specific approach to sales like ethical and authentic seems like a great way to go. Yeah, I think it was good. Like I think that this is working. It's just now it's a matter of like, will this work in context? And that's not something that I can tell him.
Yeah.
You know, the market has to decide now. That's the scary part. Oof. That's where copywriting becomes actually scary.
Yeah. I think this is a good point too, is that if people are warmish, they already know the value of sales. And so emphasizing your specific approach, like ethical or authentic sales, might be a better way to kind of get through that section.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. All right, but let's press on because we have different parts of this landing page.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah, talk about your success. Oh, wow.
that's strong. I love it.
Yeah, that's
So-
aggressive.
Chiropractic sales training in a league of its own. Our day 1 and day 2, can we get a different name for this, please?
Get what?
Our masterclass gives you the know-how to confidently communicate the value of chiropractic. It's designed to have new patients nodding yes to your full recommendations. Compiled, not complied, and fine-tuned over 8+ years by currently practicing chiropractors. You'll discover new ways to connect with your patients, increasing close rates while building a retention-based practice. Masterclass is our 7-week online immersive experience, ending with a 2-day live event solely dedicated to putting everything into practice. Our in-person events have no vendors, no sales pitches, and no BS hurrah hype.
There are a few like copy edit things here. Like Marcos, if you're watching this, like go through and do what we're saying. I'm sure you're noticing sometimes we're reading things and there's like clearly an omitted word. Give this a little proofread.
Yeah. Does this make sense here?
What?
Like this section? So before we go to the end of the previous section, that's why we created. Okay, yeah, sure, fine.
In short, learning sales has the power to transform your practices in your life. So the whole thing is selling sales. All right, that's why we created a chiropractic sales training. I don't think calling this day 1 and day 2 masterclass works for me.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
Especially when it's a 7-week program.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe there's a reason for it that we just don't know, but if there is a reason, it needs to be spelled out very early so that when people see it, they understand what it is they're reading or why it's saying.
Yeah. Chiro Power Seminar or whatever. You know, it's a 7-week online class, immersive experience. Love that. All right.
Yeah.
Followed by 2-day live event solely dedicated to putting everything into practice.
I will also, it's a lot of time.
Yeah.
I will also say that one thing that was very upsetting to me at the very beginning of this copy was that it said in a sales page for chiropractors, it's framed the most exciting or sound in the world as the word yes instead of the crack that chiropractors produce in the back when they, shouldn't it be that?
Yeah. Sort of just knowing your audience. Yes.
Yeah. Second, I would accept, but first, hell no.
Yeah.
That's a joke. I don't know if they actually find that satisfying.
No, it's good. It's good. I'm thinking about that. Like would that work? Like, how would I phrase that? I don't know. We're beyond the point where I'm going to come up with any good copy extemporaneously. So
the secret behind
masterclass. Maybe he's just using this as a placeholder.
Oh, okay, sure. If that's the case, then fine. If it's a placeholder, cool. But like we see here that if you just call it masterclass, this sentence is confusing.
Yeah, the secret
Or it
behind
looks like a typo.
masterclass. Yeah, we don't know. Either the secret behind this masterclass or whatever.
Mm-hmm. More
The question that I have here is, as a subhead, the secret behind masterclass. Are people asking this at this point?
Yeah, and do I know that there's a secret?
Yeah, did we
Very
introduce
straightforward.
the secret at any point before?
Mhm.
Like, I mentioned before, like using a system, and there was the product page copy for your thing that like invented a system based on what you did, and that's totally okay. But if you're going to invent a system, like you have to drop some breadcrumbs early on, so that a reader can be like, okay, we're going to learn more about this later on. So you got to tease the secret early on if you're going to talk about the secret behind the masterclass.
Yeah.
There's
And
no
this-
curiosity for this at this point.
This also gets back to the problem that I said I had earlier, where if you're going to go on for that long about sales, like you're selling sales, but you should be selling your version of sales. And so if instead he had said, hey, there is a way to ethically and authentically sell, so you can do the thing without doing the bad things you don't like. Then when we get to this section, this is the secret behind why that's possible. And then that's a really natural transition into this. And it makes sense.
Yeah.
All
right. Do you feel like we need to press on, or do you want to do a little bit more, or do you feel like we've given him enough to revise?
I think we've given him enough. I would just sort of, to sum up everything we've said, this is actually, the copy here is not bad, but just make sure, go back through and make sure that logically everything you've set up is flowing naturally into the next section, because there are a lot of missed opportunities here.
Rod, would you say that stylistically the copy is good, but perhaps the ideas need a little fine-tuning?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a great example to me of how you can have the good style when the substance is lacking, and I can imagine reading this on a web page and actually being able to read it, and that's way better than the other way around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was trying to do a 2.5 hour callback. I don't know if I stuck the landing.
No, it was fine. I just took it seriously.
Sincerity.
Yeah. That's my favorite thing, was when someone's making a bad joke or is being incessant with poor jokes, I just take them completely seriously and respond as if I'm not even acknowledging it. It's a joke. It's fantastic. Gets it every time.
Would you style copy the same way in this example as you would in an email application? I don't understand the question.
I think they mean in an email setting. So would you?
No.
No.
I guess it depends on the type of email, but definitely not. And certainly not 15 pages in an email. Yeah.
What's the longest email that you've seen?
Actually, I think it might have been one that I've sent before. I once sent a 4,000 word email. And it was a renewal offer. It actually did very, very well. There was just a lot of copy, but it was one of those things where it's we didn't have a landing page. And this is before the days of discovering, just put things in a Google Doc, stylize it as a one page, and then just drive traffic to that, and then have that be the sort of makeshift landing page. So I put all the copy into an email and we sent it, and it was a renewal offer.
Nice.
Yeah, it worked. It worked really well. It was Kyle Milligan helped me come up with a name for. So when we were selling a newsletter, it was basically a trading service, and when you're selling a back-end service, there's only so many ways that you can really up the ante a little bit, because there's only so many financial instruments that regular people have access to.
Mm-hmm.
And there was this service. It was a put option selling service, and it was called I think it was the Altiture Income Alert, or Altiture Income, or no, Altiture Secret Income. That was it. Mm-hmm. And basically the premise was sell put options, and then when you get put assigned to stock, sell call options on that, and you generate a lot of income that way. There's a more aggressive way to trade that way, which is you sell a put and buy a call at the same time. That's called a synthetic long stock. Not a lot of people know that. It's a very, very rare trade that not a lot of people know, and you have to be super bullish on a stock. And what you do is you get paid income for selling the put, and you can use some of that income to actually buy a call, which is a sort of bet that something is going to drastically go up. Mm-hmm. And so basically they wanted to do this thing where for members of this Altiture Secret Income, lifetime members get this bonus trade of that synthetic long call or that synthetic long stock. And so I was assigned to write the copy for basically selling this additional bonus to the alert, and then using that to sell lifetime subscriptions to this back end, already a $2,000 offer. So how do you sell a $5,000 upgrade to a $2,000 product that you've been using?
Mm-hmm.
You invent a way to up the ante a little bit.
Yeah.
And so and explaining the benefits of the trade and stuff like that, and giving examples of prior trades and backtests and things like that. Kyle Milligan and I came up with a name because we were at a conference, in like St. Pete, Florida. And I was trying to come up with a name for this additional bonus trade. And we came up with the Altitude Double Down.
Oh,
And I was like, oh, that's
It's a
so
good
good. It's so good.
you know when you get a good one like that.
Yeah, it's like you feel it. Oh, fuck yeah. Like we came up with that in a Starbucks.
I can imagine Kyle too, like hearing that and just repeating it and be like, "Oh my god, it's so fucking good."
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. That was good. We need to do a stream where we just tell copy stories.
Yeah. I got some stories now.
Yeah. I imagine you do. Like, because you live in a wild world. Like, for the very few people that have made it this far in the stream, congratulations. We love you. Thank you. But also, like, just for some context, agency life, especially like brand agency life, you're working with misfits. Like, you're working with true creatives, artistes, people who like went to school to become sort of artsy fartsy, but in a commercial setting.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got a fine arts degree. That was one of the many degrees that I got. And I got to tell you something about artsy fartsy fucks. They love drugs. Oh, they love it. Oh, they adore it. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like you're around people who like think that they're God's gift to the written word, or like you're dealing with graphic designers who like are very like woo, like having a conversation with them. It feels like you're talking to somebody who's not even paying attention to you, who like looks through you. Have you had that experience with some of the artists there?
You know what? Somehow the designers here are the most sane people.
Really?
Yeah. It's a relative thing, but they actually have consistent regular work with like real deadlines all the time, and like their deliverables are very, very concrete, and I'm like, wow, you seem very grounded in what you do. They also party a ton, but
Yeah. I will say that when I worked at Agora, like it was very work hard, very work hard, play hard.
Mm-hmm.
I miss that environment a little bit too. Like I've been working at home for like almost 5 years now at this point, and I do miss that, like, getting invited to like company parties, and like the company parties were really good company parties. So
yeah, it's because the rest of the time you're trauma bonding.
Yeah, it's true. That's a good point.
Yeah. So you go through some shit, and then you're like, "Whoa! Finally, we can wash away our memories on the company bill."
Lots of alcohol and psilocybin, which yeah, there you go. Thoughts on Kyle's Copy Squad Lite membership? It's good. Listen, of the list of copywriters you can name, Kyle is one of the people that I have no problem like driving traffic to. His stuff is way more focused on people who want to do like traditional direct response and long form, whereas like we try to literally, the composition of our business is people working in different industries and in different capacities in the marketing world. I'm the direct response guy. Lindsey is the fulfillment person, content marketing person. Rod is the brand person. Alex is the, e-commerce and marketing person. So Kyle is more focused, though. For Copy Squad Lite, he's been building out more stuff to help people like across the board, because most people who get into copywriting, odds are 89% chance likely you'll never write a sales letter. Kyle Milligan, he teaches you how to write a real good sales letter. So I have a feeling that we're going to do a lot of affiliate deals with him at some point in the near future.
Yeah.
He's already asked me, like, give me affiliate links for your stuff, and let's do swip swaps. So I have a feeling that our businesses are going to become more closely aligned.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm definitely. I like Kyle. We'll have to actually meet him one day, but
you will. Yeah. One day. So, product. Dabble Writer. A word processor with built-in tools, such as a plot grid, story notes, goal-setting calendar. Wow. That helps writers stay on track to finish a novel. So this is like Scrivener. Scrivener with other tools. These are spec Facebook ads, okay, promoting a webinar that shows writers how to make the most of their writing time. Love it. At the end of the webinar, participants are asked to sign up for a free trial of Dabble. Huh.
I like that.
Like Natalie. This is for Natalie. Natalie, good context. Reader, someone who wants to write a novel but doesn't think they have time because of work, family life, etc., has attempted to write a novel before but never finished one. Dabble will help you finally finish that novel. Offer, here's a webinar that shows you how you can make the most of your time that you have to write. Great. Action, register for the webinar. Register for the free trial. Add 1. Hook. Get, achieve, benefit. Dabble. Finishing a novel doesn't have to be a someday event. The ideas are already living in your mind, rent-free. You just need to find the time to bring them to life. Let us show you 4 simple ways you can make the most of your writing time and finally cross that finish line. All right. I have some comments for this. Rod, do you want to jump ahead first?
Yeah. I'm not going to say much of substance, but I like that you've mocked this up.
Yeah.
And so you can see very clearly what's supposed to go where. I feel like people should write more Facebook ads when they're practicing copy. Not because Facebook is like the place to be anymore, but I mean, it is a good place to be, but it's not the place to be. However, having to write copy, picking out an image, having like a header for your image and stuff like that, I find is like a really good process that allows you to focus on writing copy that has a certain kind of coherence to it. That if you're just writing an email or something, does not feel nearly as immediate for most people. So do more Facebook ads, people.
Yeah. I like Facebook ads because they are basically emails. A good Facebook ad is going to have the same logic as a good lift email. My problem with this, and again, we flip-flopped over the course of this stream, is stylistic. So, finishing a novel doesn't have to be a someday event. Okay, we're talking around the idea. It's kind of weak. It's a little indirect. Living in your mind rent-free. We have a cliche metaphor. You just need to find time to bring them to life. Another cliche metaphor. Makes the most of your writing time to finally cross that finish line. Another cliche metaphor. There is not a sentence. Well, there's one sentence. So 80% of the sentences in this Facebook ad rely upon cliche metaphors.
Mm-hmm.
That's my big problem with this particular ad. I have another problem. In this copy, you want to have a CTA. Click the link below to see how to do this or how to get more details or anything. There was a big grand study where they looked at like the things responsible, the triggers responsible for actually driving action in PPC ads, whether it's Google or Facebook or whatever. The number one thing that was responsible for the most action was a CTA. Telling people what to do. People want to be told what to do. I mean, just ask our authoritarian friend Rod here. And so, no more half-written novels. Discover game-changing skills. That's fine. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit weak. The big problem here is that you are hammering on cliches. And the problem with a cliche, a thought-ending cliche, is that it's not actually doing the work that you think it is. The ideas are already living in your mind rent-free. What does that actually mean? You just need to find the time to bring them, that is, the ideas, to life. What does that actually mean? Help you finally cross the finish line? What does that actually mean? So you're asking the reader to do a lot of sort of cognitive work based on the presupposition, possibly the false presupposition, that they understand what the fuck you were talking about, and they probably don't. Again, when somebody is reading something online, their IQ drops by 30 points. So that's my issue here. Let's look at this other one. Okay, it's just the same text but not mocked up. I prefer to read the mock-ups. Okay. We got this. Write even when life gets in the way. 97% of writers give up. Be one of the 3% who don't.
There's there's a missing thought there. Because what you presented is a statistic, but you're not presenting the how, the why. There's no story around it. It's just like, hey, this thing exists. You could be on the other side of it. So yeah, go ahead.
The reason why I scrolled down here is because when somebody's scrolling through a Facebook feed, the first thing they see is the image, then they see the headline, then they see the text, because this is usually like you have to click read more to read the text. Mm-hmm. And so that's why look at this, look at this, look at this. And I will agree, I don't understand really the benefit implied by this, right? Even when life gets in the way. It feels like there's a missing thought there. 97% of writers give up. Be one of the 3% who don't. That doesn't really work for me.
One thing I would recommend here, strategy. This is where we get into the strategy realm. When you are writing something that's really short, remove from your head the notion that you need to write something that is very clever, and focus instead on saying something that's just really, really true in a way that that is ultimately a re-articulation of something that someone might feel inside of them but may not have had the words to describe before. So for example, why is it that 97% of people give up? There is this time component. Why is it that people don't feel like they have the time to write? And then what is the thing that unlocks the ability for them to write, actually? And so if the thing is hey, 97% of writers give up because they feel like they don't have the time to write their novel and their lack of productivity is killing them on the inside. What if you then present, you only need 7 minutes a day to write your novel? That's if you can find 7 minutes in your day to carve out, you will finish the novel you've been dreaming of. That unlocks something new for that person, and you don't have to write it in a really fancy way. It's a matter of the fact, it's plain, but it's true.
Yeah. I have a really good example for that. And in fact, I think that YouTube titles are a really good lesson here.
Yeah. Which
is for a YouTube title, you have to be so direct, so punchy, so what is this? Get attention, entice people, and it all has to be in fewer than 50 characters. And I'm currently in a masterclass with he has the channel Film Booth. His name's Ed, and he was giving feedback on somebody's thumbnail, their thumbnail and title, relatively recently. And somebody was just their title. They were writing titles the 5-step process that anyone can use to learn a new language, regardless of their experience. Stuff like that. Standard, direct response-y, benefit-driven stuff. But in that context, you can't write like that because information gets lost and people don't read it. Mm-hmm. So in very tight contexts like this, what did Ed do to edit that title? Learning languages is easy, actually. It's like a thunderbolt. It just hits you. You're like, oh, it gets your attention and gets you to want to read. Or in this case, view. And that's what you want to do here. You want to have almost like an aha moment when people read your titles or the tight copy that appears on your images. So let's actually look at this copy, and then we'll look at one more and then move on. Mm-hmm. By the way, do you need to go? Is Jared going to on a live?
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm texting him to schedule to get drinks later today.
Got it. Well, please send my regards.
Yeah, I will.
Most aspiring writers say they never finish their novel because of time. Life just gets in the way sometimes. Not to mention all the backtracking and rereading each writing session. They put it off again and again, saying one of these days I'll finish it, but 97% never do. This is called PAS copy, or problem, agitation, solution. Did you know there are simple tricks to manage your writing time? We will give you the inside scoop on how you can make the most of your time you have to write, whether it's 15 minutes a day or 3 hours. Don't keep putting that novel off. Learn how you can manage your time today.
It's just missing the why. Well, not just. It is missing the why. When they say 97% of people never do, question that statistic. Say, why is it that happens? Tell the reader what the problem is. Because I'm sure that the person experiencing that feels lots of different things, and they may not be able to pinpoint what the real reason is. So just tell them what the reason is, and then tell them how they can fix it, or that you have the answer.
Yeah. And Natalie, who wrote this, probably assumes that the copy that came before it provides that reason, but it doesn't fully flesh out. It doesn't drive home and like just hammer home the idea that like this is the big pain point. You have to agitate. You have to really like needle home like this is the missing piece. When you're selling, especially info products, you have to make people feel like there's something that they've been doing, a reason why they've not been succeeding. What is the one missing piece? You can sell them other stuff or provide them with other stuff, but there has to be one crucial element that they're missing from what they've been trying to do. What's the missing piece? You're trying to say that it's managing your time, but you're not really emphasizing that point. You're just transitioning to, did you know there are simple tricks to manage your writing time? If I was going to die of lung cancer, if I didn't get, I don't know, an injection of niacin, and I didn't know that, and you were trying to articulate to me that what I really needed was niacin, or I would die. Is this how you would phrase that? No.
Don't keep putting it off.
Yes, exactly. Don't keep putting it off.
Yeah. There's something here, too, that I feel like is lacking in so much modern advertising. And is really powerful when you can capture it appropriately. One of the problems with our society, which is certainly US, probably the West more generally, likely the context you, the listener, live in right now, is that things are slow. So, like, life is so flooded with information and content and bullshit. You have so much context that is presenting your life, your dreams, your aspirations is like not really that big in the grand scheme of things, that it can often feel very hard to take your own life seriously, or to take the things you're dealing with very seriously. And that's not great, but we all kind of get used to it, and everyone else deals with it. And so it's something I think we kind of lose track of. However, as a writer, as someone who puts ideas out into the world, one of the most powerful things you can do for somebody is to take them seriously, take their situation, take their dreams, their aspirations seriously, even when they have a hard time doing it for themselves. And so if someone has had dreams of writing a novel their entire life, or however long, they've attempted to write the novel and they have not been able to finish, take that seriously, take that desire seriously, and say, hey, like, the world needs this novel. You need this novel. It's not even about how good it is. It's not about how many people buy it. It is like an imperative for your existence and the fate of your life for you to finish this thing that you set out doing, because it is important. Doing that gives that person permission to take their own desire seriously.
It empowers them.
Yeah. It's empowering. It's great. And it lets them say, oh my God, not only like, can I do this? This person said they can help me, but I now need to do this, which is going to get them to lean into, hopefully, your whatever it is you're offering.
Yeah.
But it's an incredibly powerful thing to do. Just take people seriously, take their desire seriously. They will appreciate you for that.
Imagine if this copy included things like, you have a dream, you have a vision, the world needs to see it, but there's only one way that you're going to be able to get that vision out into the world. And that is what we are here to help you with. Do you see what I did there? It's all about, like, like imagine what I just said, that copy, versus, most aspiring writers say they never finish their novel because of time. There's an emotional disconnect there between like what Rod is saying, what I'm saying, and what's actually written here on the page, which is if we're trying to inspire and entice people, we need to be passionate about what we're writing about.
Yeah. Like, imagine if that first sentence said, every unfinished novel is the death of someone's dream.
Ooh.
Like,
Oh,
like it's a little hard, but
Yeah.
like what if we said that? Like,
yeah. Every unfinished novel is a dream that was, that people never woke up from, or something like that.
yeah,
I'm trying to omit the word death so that it would be compliant for Facebook.
sure, yeah. Compliance.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that's the biggest thing here with these particular Facebook ads. It's one of those things where it's like they're not the worst things that I've ever read.
Yeah.
But like there are a few basic problems that these are making at the fundamental level. And I think this is common for a lot of newbie copywriters, which is just like they're not jazzed about writing for the things that they're writing about. They don't understand passion and like how to communicate that passion. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, part of me hopes, I sincerely hope this. One thing that can happen is that, we get into this copywriting space, we get into this marketing space, and we spend so much time thinking about these concepts, thinking about the best articulation, yada, 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 that it becomes a really technical affair. And the most important thing that we can do after we've kind of dabbled, familiarize ourselves with those ideas is to take a step back and be like, okay, I'm still a person. I understand why this is really important. Here's the emotional reason why I'm here and that I feel like this is something really valuable for people. And then speak to that using all these conceptual things that you've been studying.
Yeah.
Because on a technical level, like this copy is okay. It's just missing the human component.
Yeah. I was at the Copy Legends event with Chris Haddad and like 20 other A-list copywriters. Still have no idea why they invited me. And Chris Haddad was just like, I don't understand all these people who are just like, I don't know. I don't understand voice of character research. I don't understand people who like have to do research to find pain points and stuff like that. If I want to find pain points for people, I look in and I find my own pain because everybody has their own pain. If you have stubbed your toe, you can probably at least extrapolate a little bit from that about what the experience of back pain might be. Like it's all about like using like your own experience as an anchor to understand other people's experiences.
Yeah.
And like what does writing a novel mean for somebody? Like have you ever tried to say something and you've not been understood? Have you ever tried to climb a mountain and then have to turn around? Like, yes, that was a Fleetwood Mac reference, but like it doesn't matter. The point that I'm trying to make is that like you've had experiences that would allow you to connect and empathize with the people that are reading. You want to do that. Writers, lend us your ears. Calling all writers, unleash your creative genius. None of that is really connecting for me. Discover how you can better manage your writing time so you can share your magnum opus with the world.
Cliche.
Yeah, it's cliche. And it's too on the nose, and it's not speaking to what people really want, which is what we've been talking about for the past 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Carter.
Carter asked, he said, I've noticed a trend in the copy space of everyone's copy sounding vaguely similar or following the same structures. How do you leverage your creativity to stand out and write unique copy? Do you have an answer for this?
I mean, you probably have you're the better positioned person.
I have an answer, but
I can give my answer, then you can give your real answer.
Yeah, go for it.
So, creativity is a product of IDSX. there's people falsely assume that there's this magical thing, this called creativity, that you, as Aaron Copland once put it in his discussion about the composition of I think it was the Olympics theme, where he said that he was a conduit for God, and that God basically was speaking through him when he was writing music. Creativity is not really like that. Your brain is a physical system. It is a mishmash of the things that have come before it, that it has been exposed to, et cetera, et cetera. We're talking about determinism here. And so what you want to do when you're creating something is really take two pieces of an idea, of two separate ideas, and combine them in novel and perhaps unique ways. And because there are many ideas out there in the world, there are infinite combinations of things. You can also take individual ideas and split them up into individual pieces. There's a lot of different ways that you can sort of manipulate and have ideas communicate with each other in a sensual, evocative, perhaps exotic way in order to create something new. Star Wars, for example. What is Star Wars? It's the hero's journey plus space. Like, we're not really doing complicated calculus here. Idea sex really is just as simple as finding two different things and combining them together in a way that either people have not done before or that people have not done your way before. So,
yeah. I would actually question this question, as I've done over and over today. Is it a problem if everyone's sounding vaguely familiar and following the same structures? Probably if you are sounding like other brands, you want to be able to distinguish yourself, whatever. So sure, sound different. But to me as a reader, the problem with things sounding samey or having a similar structure isn't with them sounding samey or having a similar structure. It's with them being boring or me not caring about them. So if you're writing good copy, as long as the copy is good, it doesn't really matter if you're using PAS or AIDA or whatever the hell structure someone else is doing. People will read it if it's engaging. So worry less about being creative and coming up with something crazy, wacky, whatever, because that's really hard, and more about how do I make this something that people want to read? And because people love patterns, there's a reason why people use these structures and formulas over and over and over. It's because they're effective. And so don't be afraid to use them. Just make sure that your copy isn't forgettable or ignorable by being interesting.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. It's listen, people I think put too much value in creativity. And listen, we're talking about careless speech here. People will use the word creativity to describe all sorts of different things. But really what we're talking about creativity is presenting things that motivate, inspire, and move people. And let's be honest, most of the things that inspire and move people, it's the same bullshit that's been working for 30 years.
Yeah.
Hobby
videos on Facebook.
Yeah.
YouTube or whatever. My mom, PhD educated college professor, involved in local politics, very serious, whatever, no nonsense person. Every single day she will go on YouTube and just watch videos of puppies playing with each other. It's not some highbrow thing. There's no creativity, but the content works because it's engaging.
Yeah. Nothing new under the sun. I actually there's a trailer for a movie called Tuesday. I don't know if you've heard about this, but it's with Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and she's a mom. And the whole I'm going to spoil the movie, but it's all in the trailer. If you watch the trailer, you'll get the whole movie. But basically, she's a mom, and she has a very disabled kid who's always in pain. And then one day, a magical parrot arrives, and it's very obvious very early on that the parrot is Death, come to take the daughter away. And the whole movie is the mother grappling with the loss of the daughter and letting the daughter go, and finding an identity in the absence of being a caretaker. And listen, I've seen that movie at least 80 times before. You know, we've all seen that movie 80 times before. But goddamn, you know I cried at that trailer. Because like it speaks to a specific thing that I feel, specific thing that I'm going through that's like emotionally pulling for me. And so that's really, even though it's basically the same as like a lot of other stuff that's out there, the creativity is in the permutation of an existing idea rather than the novelty of the idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I absolutely agree.
So, you know, I wrote this post. I swear that even if we have to do another 4-hour stream, I'll get to all the copy that's submitted. This is the last piece of copy right before I posted that. We could theoretically say that this is the last piece of copy that we have to read. We have 1, 2, 3. I want to say 2 pieces that were submitted after I posted that.
Maybe. Let's see how we're feeling after this one.
All right. So this is from Evan. Evan is my boy. He just got a job at International Living, one of the Agora affiliates, and he is working for a business. I believe it's called Real Estate Trend Alert. He just got in-house with them. Evan is the man, really good copywriter, and he's doing something that he loves, which is writing copy about traveling and international real estate, which like living the dream, right?
Yeah.
So International Living. Oh, sorry.
I'm surprised to see an International Living thing in here. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. No, he's on his way, man.
Excellent.
Very proud of that man. And his wife too is also just a rock star. She just got in with Kyle Milligan's agency. Like, I'm proud of the two of them. They really like set out to do this, to do the copywriting thing, and they've been with us for a long time, and they've just been killing it. So I'm very proud of them.
Nice. I didn't realize his wife was also a copy person.
Yeah, she's Laura Syzygy in the Discord. Yeah. All right. International Living's most trusted real estate advisor reveals, on this date, I'm buying my first house in Costa Rica. Here's exactly where and why. Okay. The small beach town on Costa Rica's Gold Coast was once an exclusive haven for the Hollywood jet set. That is totally something that they would write at IL. Today, it is slowly growing into an in-demand luxury vacation destination. This could be your last chance to buy property here at an affordable price. Ooh, love it. All right. So for the people that are watching, I want you guys to learn from this. We have setting. We have stakes that up the ante. We have reason, like the actual opportunity plus urgency woven in. So there's a 3-part logic going on here. Setup, build up, execute. It's a really good rhetorical structure, something that you should put into your brain. It reminds me of Hawaii 50 years ago. It's a great investment. Steve Case, billionaire founder of AOL. Oh my
AOL.
God.
AOL. That's fantastic.
That's fantastic. And especially like for the readers of IL, all of them are older than 55.
Yeah. I was like, because if you got like Google, who gives a fuck? But AOL, that's a company they know and trust.
Yes.
Maybe.
I mean, my grandmother still uses AOL.
I was gonna say offer to send them one of those CDs in the mail.
Yeah.
Can we go up? I want to ask about this. So my inclination would be, so like, okay, on this date, I'm buying my first house. To me, it's more of like a, here's like how, or like, here's, you know, like the question of what, I guess maybe why is if you're saying it as an investment property, here's exactly where and why. Well, here's exactly why and how. Like I don't think this is bad or anything, but I just the sort of, I feel like there's an opportunity here to kind of add like a sort of like demand into like the headline itself, or like to kind of like guidance, we're going to tease like you are going to learn how, because I don't necessarily care, and I know like the deck copy goes into why someone might want to, but I don't care that you, random person, are buying your first house, or where, or why per se. I don't know. Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah. Where it's like, like why does a person care? Now, here's the thing. It's that works really well if this is like a trusted person. Again, you're selling the person, you're not selling the idea. And like the implication here is that you're selling to International Living's most trusted real estate advisor. I have a little bit of inside baseball because I've actually written for this product before.
Oh, okay.
Ronan McMahon is the editor. Now I have to ask you, Evan, the traffic going to this is going to be from the International Living list, right? Like typically what they do is they'll do email blasts to the list. The list is typically already familiar with Ronan. So having this be from Ronan, their guide, like I don't know if you need to mask that up here. Ronan McMahon, International Living's most trusted real estate advisor, reveals this.
Okay.
This feels a little weak fish to me. It was the only bit of the headline complex that felt very weak fish to me. I'm wondering if that your problem, your feeling about that might be a case of referred pain, where we're just not getting enough cred yet.
Okay. That makes sense to me, because if I even understood that it was the guru or something, and the list is familiar with him as the guy who does the thing, then him saying, hey, I'm buying this is an indicator there's an opportunity here. Okay.
So it would be like if, like, Shaq saying, I'm buying my first cryptocurrency on this date. Here's exactly what it is and why.
Mm-hmm.
That still works. But the thing is, it's not the benefits of the crypto. It's, oh my God, why is Shaq buying it?
Yeah.
So that works for a very specific context. So I think this only works if you name Ronan and if the list is pretty well familiar with Ronan.
That's interesting. Yeah.
So
because then, or sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, so possibly like not veiling Ronan might work really well for the eyebrow copy. And then for this, write 30 or 40 more headlines. See what fits a little bit better. Mm-hmm. And like, see like, okay, maybe you tease out or find something a little bit more enticing. I love what you're doing here, which is you're baking in urgency into the headline as a natural byproduct of the headline. Yeah. That works for me. So, yeah.
I'd try out something too, like, because you go into it a little bit more in the deck copy, but it's like something like, the exclusive place in Costa Rica whose, doors are opening on X date, so you can still have the urgency thing, but like just talk up the thing and like talk up the opportunity a little bit more or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dear reader. So I wrote a sales letter for this particular page, not for one of the destinations, but for the actual newsletter itself that recommends these destinations. And the way that I described it was like, certain places like, have a rising tide, certain places have a lowering tide. And like, certain places it moves around the world. Like you're going to see the tide start to rise. And when the tide starts to rise, all the property values rise as well. That's why you want to get in when the tide is low.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's cool too, because when it rises in one place, it lowers in another. Connects or
exactly.
Yeah.
So, dear reader, hundreds of secluded inlets and bays decorate this area of Costa Rica, leaving no wonder to anyone who has ever stepped foot here as to why it's known as the Gold Coast.
That's clunky.
It's a little clunky.
Yeah. Sounds like, fine, but it's clunky.
I appreciate the evocativeness of the imagery. It feels a little clunky. It's begging what I said before for like a few more, like a sentence break or two. So love that. Is that an AI generated image? That's fine. I love that. Beautiful sunsets and quaint beach towns have drawn the wealthy to the Gold Coast.
I love that. I love that detail.
Yeah. That's really good. This caption,
Fantastic.
good copy. That's a real photo. Oh fuck! Oh my god, that's gorgeous.
Question. So when you guys use photos like that, do you need to license them, or is that a thing?
AI or no?
Like if you use a real photo that someone else took on the internet or something, do you have to like go through legal and
More inside baseball, they take a lot of their own photos. So
Oh.
a lot of the photos that appear in Read a Copy is actually photos taken from like the staff or from like other readers who share it on Facebook and stuff like that.
nice? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, we this could be a good snippet of copy, Evan.
Why
Watch
explores
this.
called-
Yeah. Yeah, we got a photo guy. I took this.
Oh, that's a flex. Yeah, we got a photo guy,
That
but
is a fucking flex.
my Google Pixel is doing work.
Yeah. Every bay has a beach, and every beach holds a new take on the region's legendary sunsets. Holds a new take is a little weird. Each more beautiful than the last, as well as a new vantage to explore the area's unique, richly diverse dry forest ecosystem.
Uniquely rich.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's you're cramming a lot of details into single sentences, and they're getting a little garden pathy. So keeping things a little bit simpler. I again love the details, but also like find places to cut, find details to snip, find ways to make it more succinct.
Yeah.
Hidden amidst these beaches and bays, I've uncovered a rare opportunity to live, invest, and profit alongside the elite. Bold that. The natural beauty of this place, the quaint charm of the towns that dot the coastline, as well as the laid-back Pura Vida lifestyle have captivated the interests of the world's wealthy. I'm noticing something. Hidden amidst these beaches and bays, I've uncovered a thing 1, thing 2, thing 3. The natural beauty of this place, thing 1, quaint charm, towns that dot the coastline, thing 2, as well as this, thing 3. Thing 1, thing 2, thing 3. It's the same syntax, 3 sentences in a row. That's one of the reasons why this is not settling well with me.
You can smell it.
I can fucking smell it. It's like even though I didn't like forebrain know that this was happening, just going back, I was like, no, there's something wrong with these. It's the same syntax over and over again.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. To me, the part of the challenge here is that it's just a ton of description and not a lot of reason per se. And so, like, I think breaking up some of this. So, like, if you have between like the sentence that starts with hidden and the next blue sentence, some sort of like why question. Why, like, what is with this sudden influx of like wealthy, of like, why are the wealthy elite suddenly flocking to, you know, this hidden gem, blah, 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 which then sets up an explanation that you can, you know, reformat it a little bit, but keep most of the same.
Yeah. And even if you don't want to use the rhetorical sentence or rhetorical question transition, another way is like you have details, but that is not the real reason why X thing is happening.
That's good.
Yeah, and then
I think that rhetorically that sounds better to me as well.
Yeah, and so it's just it's about contextualizing the information. So it's like list of things, you know, things, list of things, and it's like give me some sort of logical structure to this information, and also switch up the syntax a little bit. People like Jack Dorsey, founder of Twitter, legendary actor and astute real estate investor. You can just say legendary actor and real estate investor Bruce Willis.
Is it possible? Like, I don't know if Bruce Willis is astute. Like, I will never be able to see him as astute because of the films I've seen him in.
Yeah,
and he might be, but I'm struggling.
Yeah, it's, you know, the same problem with unique, richly diverse dry forest ecosystem. Like, you don't need astute real estate investor. Just call him a real estate investor. It's good enough. It's strong enough. And yes, he might have dementia. He does have dementia. All right. And Bill Gates, at times the richest man in the world. That feels weak. And Bill Gates, former, founder of Microsoft, billionaire founder of Microsoft. There you go. Good enough.
One of the savviest entrepreneurs, billionaire entrepreneurs. One of the, what is the quality about him that makes him, even one of the richest people who has no need for more money, drawn to this opportunity?
Yeah. Well, they are just a few of the powerful people that are drawn to the Gold Coast. Are drawn or have been drawn?
Have been.
There's a very slightly difference. There's a difference in meaning there that's important. These are men who could live anywhere in the world, and they're choosing to spend their time and money here. Included in this group is billionaire Steve Case. That was a rough transition. He has spent over a decade and a planned $800 million building a luxury resort here. Case, a former tech CEO turned genius real estate investor, settled on buying land here after noting its similarity to his birthplace. He said it looked like Hawaii 50 years ago. In many ways, he was right. What do you think?
That's a cool way to set that up, because first I would change the word settled to something else. We don't want to be settling. Decided, came to the decision, blah 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 blah. But I like that turn of phrase, like noting it's similar to his birthplace. I was like, who gives a fuck? But then saying it looked like Hawaii 50 years ago is sort of priming people for that association. I wonder if there's a way to sort of add some context or maybe say the thing out loud when it comes to the opportunity of investing in Hawaii 50 years ago and why that connection is important to this. I guess he might go on to do that, but that was like my immediate reaction.
Life here is slow. There isn't a high rise in sight, and you're likely to hear the gentle clip-clop of horse hooves walking alongside you as you make your way back from the beach. It's like stepping into the past. I feel like there's an opportunity to do some subheading here. Like, I feel like something needs to break up the copy a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of the reasons why this felt like a rocky transition. Like, I feel like one of the things that Evan is doing very well here is he's transitioning from idea to idea, sometimes more rockily than others. But, like, one way to really add emphasis and really drive home some points is, like, give it a subhead. Give a section a subhead. Make your spiciest bit of copy, or the spiciest way you can phrase this, like, into a subhead. So, and then that's going to help, like, break up the reading process. So it's not just, like, reading straight through. And again, like, there are conventions involved here, and, they might not prefer that, but in all likelihood, they will be fine with subheading. So, and thanks to Costa Rica's strict environmental policies, it will never end up as crowded or overdeveloped as Steve's hometown of Honolulu. I feel like we don't need to keep hammering home the fact that this is Steve Case grew up in Hawaii. Like, mentioning that once, I think, is enough. We're good. And then you can just say Honolulu. As a city like Honolulu. All right. In fact, for reasons I'll explain in a moment, the new community I'm buying is a rare opportunity. Okay. For reason
yeah, okay.
Open only to a small circle that I would like to invite you into. You see, there is one other important way the Gold Coast is taking a walk back in time. It's a place where people have old-fashioned values, where they value honesty, integrity, and family. And it's a place where community is just as important to building as finding a fast fortune. This is how I was able to lock in an amazing deal. I'm guessing pre-construction condos in the resort. over a business dinner that quickly transformed into a dinner with a friend. Rephrase that. He invited me to join him in what I instantly saw to be an unmissable opportunity. Located at the very heart of the Gold Coast, just 700 steps away from the crystal clear Pacific Ocean, as close as you can legally own, thanks to Costa Rica's maritime zone restrictions, I don't think you need to add that detail. You might not need to add that detail. Under an hour from the nearest international airport, and at a price everyday people can afford, despite the interest of the wealthy and the powerful driving values up throughout the region, I've leveraged my reputation as the founder of Real Estate Trend Alert to get an exclusive off-market deal, a chance to buy before anyone else and for less than anyone else. See, if you have ever considered buying real estate in Costa Rica, whatever you're looking for, whether that's, I would change that from like whether you consider buying real estate in Costa Rica to like whether you've considered buying like a beach house overseas or buying real estate overseas or something of that nature, because like you're talking about a real desire people have to own a beach house in a tropical paradise versus, hey, 10 people on the planet who thought about buying real estate in Costa Rica, weigh the how should I say, relatability there. Whatever you're looking for, whether that's an affordable paradise where you can enjoy a long, active, healthy retirement in one of the world's few blue zones, to own your own vacation home, yeah, with the potential to pay for itself, a safe and beautiful overseas hideaway to retreat to should the worst happen. I don't think you need that. You don't need that. You don't need that unless the other parts of the copy talk about like, listen. I know what Evan's doing here. I've read enough Agora copy. This is signaling something. All right? I know what this is signaling. This is talking to a very specific person. And for those of you who don't know, you're gonna continue not to know. If you know, you know. This is speaking to that same problem, that same interest, that same desire, that same worry. You don't need that little bit. In fact, it detracts it a little bit. You want to keep the subtext subtextual. You know what I'm saying? All right. Or like me, you're after a smart investment to grow your wealth with the potential to double your money twice as fast as traditional investment vehicles like the S&P 500. Do you know the word bolt hole?
No.
Is that like a sex thing? In the context of real estate. No, I do not know bolt hole. What is, Rod, are you looking it up?
A place where a person can escape and hide. British, a hole or burrow in which a rabbit or other wild animal can take refuge. Let's see. Etymology. From bolt plus hole, as in like a heavy arrow. First document used 1851. So presumably like a heavy arrow gets launched, makes a hole in the ground that then rabbits are finding escape or refuge in when you try to hunt them. And now we as people are using them. Okay, cool.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I've worked with them before. They're all English and Irish. And so like they're going to be more familiar with this.
Some Peter Rabbit shit.
Yeah.
What is the list composition? Is it largely Irish, English, or is it mostly American?
There's some Irish English, but it's mainly geared towards Americans. If they force, listen, Evan, they're going to force you to say some things that you don't want to say. They're going to make you use the word bolt hole. When you use the word bolt hole, you add another sentence. Say, a bolt hole is just another word for a calm, peaceful hideaway away from the chaos of the world. There you go. Yeah. No. Again, like I said, I know what you were going for with this. You don't need it. Yeah. So, all right. This is typically what they do when they launch a new real estate deal is they'll do like a few email warm-ups or like a few links to pages that have like almost like a story built warm-up. Evan, can you tell me in the chat, like, how they're marketing this particular one? Is it like it's going to be, this is an email, or this is going to be a landing page that people drive to and it's going to be built out, or is it just going to be like one full like sales letter that's built out? Like how are they doing the marketing for this one? Yeah. Yep. It very frequently is with them, because oftentimes they do not know how they're going to do a marketing for one of their opportunities until they go to press. And it changes frequently. Here's the thing. Because you're new with them, you probably don't have a lot of leeway. What I would do is I would structure this kind of like a Todd Brown sales letter. What he does a lot is he'll have like one landing page where he drives lift email to landing page, and the landing page is like one day. And it's like, to continue the story or to get the details about like the secrets revealed on day 2, click here. And then you read the next part of the landing page, and it's like reading a book. Like it's like getting the full story. The way that you leave this off here, it almost like invites like, and on March 9th, we're going to reveal something. I don't know. Like you have to build some sort of secret. Like you're already giving a lot here. And so just having a full due diligence write-up may or may not be enough. Yeah. Evan, I assume you know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about Todd Brown's sales emails. Rod, I'm sorry, but you've experienced this with me before, where it's like when I'm talking to other Agora people, there's just a shorthand. Okay. Yeah, like we know how to. It's Cosa Nostra. It's our thing. All right.
You're fantastic.
All right, thank you. All right, so what I would recommend doing is like doing it this way. Is it allows you like to have that Todd Brown style like landing pages that unfold. Is you can have both the landing page and the email. The email drives to the landing page, and basically the email you can actually cut the story off short, get the rest of the story, get the rest of the details on this page. That you have the landing page that has the secrets. You're sort of evolving the story. But the only way that that's going to work is if you have on the second part of the landing page some sort of escalation. Again, gradualization, escalation. Like you want to be telling a story. So what is the story here? The story that people are going to be interested in with this particular opportunity is not, here's the due diligence to get my apartment. No, fuck off. Eat shit. No, what you want to do is you want to sort of like tease out a few of these details. You already have like the nascent larval version of all this too. And honestly, what I was saying before about like do subsections, do section headers and stuff like that. You can easily take some of the details in here and chop it up into like a larger sales letter. And then day 1 is more about like the actual opportunity. And then, but a billionaire stumbled upon this place. And when he saw it, he knew the opportunity at hand. And what he discovered is going to shock you. Tomorrow, I'll tell you what that was. And then that's the second page of the landing page and the second email. There you go. You understand what I'm saying? Picking up what I'm putting down? Because right now, like, there's a lot of good copy in here. Like, a lot of good copy. But, like, some of it feels sort of shunted in. It's like making uncozy bedfellows and things like that. There's ways that you can space it out and reveal details while also still achieving intrigue. Whereas right now, it feels like this feels very essay-ish. This is a reason. This is a reason. This is a reason. This is a reason. You don't want that. You want to build intrigue. You want to, tickle people. Get them excited. Do a striptease. That's what you want to accomplish here. Tension loop is a way. I like what you're doing. I love this business. I love this company. So yeah, and I'm glad that you are getting the chance to write for them. But seriously, like the big thing that you really have to do here is like build excitement and build tension for what you're going to reveal. And the easiest way to do that is to elide, like not feel like you have to tell everybody everything all at once. Yeah. It happens for people interested in long form. Sorry, Rod, for interrupting you.
Sorry, I said you and me both.
Yeah.
Writing essays. I love it.
All right, Montana. Anyway, so that's what I have to say about that. God, I get so fired up when I'm talking about Agora style copy. I wish more people would write it, and I wish more businesses would use it.
Yeah.
Should we look at the other things too? We have 1, 2, 3 other things. I'm frizzle fried, man.
Rapid fire.
All right, rapid fire.
Rapid fire. And if they don't like it, they can bring it back next week.
Listen, I was going to tap out, but because you're my accountability buddy in this, we're doing it together. Okay, context. Business owners saw an ad on Google, Facebook, clicked it, and it led them to this page. They are aware they need email marketing for their business.
Yes, cool.
Goal, to get them to book a 15-minute call who will take you through the product and listen to what you need. How is this relevant to me right now? I wish I had category. All right. Who is buying it? Reader, business owners. Idea, generate more sales through email marketing. Drive traffic to consultation. What do you want people to do? Click on the time slot. All right. We got features of the product. Written and designed email campaigns get more engagements. Email sequence setup. All right. Let's just read the copy. Generate more revenue through inbound email marketing without having to spend hours of your time.
Sure. Okay.
Tired of trying to generate sales from your subscribers list, but seeing close to no returns? Then it is time for you to change to something that actually works. We know how hard it is to manage a business and try to bring in more sales. That is why we created LMP Media Marketing. Rod, help me.
Yeah, so if we were off stream, I'd use a different term, but I'm gonna say on our go-to on stream from now on is this copy needs some Vaseline. It is trying to go way too hard, way too fast, way too directly. It's just like, hey, do you have this problem? Okay, you need a solution. We're the solution. You gotta warm them up. Got to talk about what is that problem like? Are you going to agitate it a little bit? What are the implications of that problem? How is that stopping them from achieving their dreams? No one is going to want to buy something from you unless they feel like you understand what their problem actually is. And so, just saying, hey, is this one problem something you deal with? Is not going to be enough to convince almost any business owner that you are the person who can fix their problem. So, definitely just need some context up front, so that people can feel like you get it.
Yeah. This doesn't feel relatable.
Mm-hmm.
This feels generic. Like, you haven't even sold me on an idea and you're already selling me on a thing.
Exactly.
A team full of expert marketers who are ready to help you finally bring in those numbers you've been dreaming about. Generic promise. Plus, you barely need to commit any of your time because we do everything for you from 3 tiles with email copy for campaigns, get persuasive content that keeps your audience interested and lures them into clicking to buy your product. Designs. I wonder if this is AI powered. Doesn't matter. Designs. Exclusive designs that suit your brand and its mission. Exclusive is a danger word. The FTC is looking for the word exclusive. You have to be careful when you use the word exclusive. If something is not exclusive, you can't use the word exclusive.
Unique.
Yeah. Unique design. There you go. CRM managing. Get all your content set up, ready to go with consistent updates about how you campaigns are performing. And oh my God, I think I'm going to have a stroke. Regular improvements to make sure you are generating more revenue consistently.
It sounds like you've never used a CRM before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna pull something
In
up.
the button. Okay, or that.
All right. Go high level. Go high level official site. Now, I want you to compare this. This is LMP Media Marketing. Already helped 700 businesses, generated over $85,000 for some of our clients.
That's not a lot of money.
Those stats are actually terrible.
Anybody
Who
actually didn't even notice that before
for very long knows that that's actually hilariously bad.
That's an average of $120 per business.
Well, but it's $85,000 for some of our clients, which means that of these 700, some of them got up to and including $85,000.
That's not a lot either.
That's not a lot. You watching this, you made it 4 hours and 15 minutes in. Like, legitimately, you get a prize. Drop a comment in chat and call yourself the 415 Club, and I will do something special for you. I don't know what it is. It might be a nude photo. But, shout it out in the comments because I appreciate you. You watching this might feel like that's a lot, and it really is not a lot. A person who's sophisticated, who actually is in the position to hire these businesses, is going to... When the replay is up, you fucking asshole. Come on. When the replay is up. Sorry. 2 hour I get spicy, 4 hours I get antagonistic. I apologize. I don't actually think that you're an asshole. I'm just being meanly bullying, I guess. None of this is saving me. Anyway, this is not a lot. And what that can actually do is sell against your services. It can sort of provide proof that you don't really know what you're doing. Here's just a few results we've achieved from our clients. We understand that every business is unique, so to see how we could help you generate more revenue within... All right. This is not good.
Nope.
This is bad copy. Let's... Hold on. Hire Chris... bring up your friend.
Oh no!
All right.
My just a quick anecdote. My personal problem is that when I hear someone talk about something and just get it really, really wrong, my trust for their expertise in any other area just plummets. And it's just I'm sure he's a great email copywriter, but his Super Bowl take was just so bad. I was like, I want to end it all.
This is going to be demonetized, just like our Super Bowl stream was. That's so funny. This is the same thing. This copy is selling the same thing. It's selling bespoke, all-in-one email marketing services. Now, I want you to compare this copy to this copy, which I could not read a full paragraph without stumbling across a typo. Come on. All right. Need high-converting email campaigns and flows for your business? My team and I might be able to help you. That's it.
Yeah.
It's good.
Oh, man. I actually have a really good note on this. No nude pictures, please. I have coined a new term. I'm just going to call broke boy copy. And I'm going to implore you all to stop writing broke boy copy. What I mean by this is don't write or don't speak to objections that only broke boy clients would have, or that only a broke boy copywriter would need to overcome. So I came up with this in the example of someone showed me their Upwork profile, and one of the things they had in there was that they offered unlimited revisions. And I was like, you should take this out because that's not something you would even have to say if you were a really good copywriter. And it raises the questions of, well, how many revisions am I going to need if I work with this person? Yada, 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 yada. If you have to say things in there like, oh yeah, we're so great, we can write emails, we generate money for you, blah, 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 blah. No shit. That's what you're supposed to do. And so just be really direct. Like, hey, we do this. Do you want to work with us? Click the button.
Yeah.
Don't justify every single thing because it inadvertently raises concerns with your business that people might not even have otherwise.
So for those of you in the know, if you're on our email list at copythatshow.com, we started sending out once a week. We're trying to send out at least one piece of value via email alone per week. We're eventually going to compile these somehow. I don't know how. Rod, I would love for you to write next week's email about broke boy copywriting. I think, like, please make a note, like, put that on your sticky note and then put it up onto your digital screen, because I think that would be a fantastic email. And the one thing that I can say about this page is that it ain't broke boy copywriting. This is the kind of copywriting that you get from a 7-figure copywriter. Here's what you should know about working with us. I no longer write directly for my clients, but if you want my eyes and expertise on your email marketing, working with my team of writers is your best option. What is that sentence doing? That sentence is saying, listen, I'm too good for you, but if you want to get as close to me as you can, you still got to pay me. That's built-in cred right there. I have personally worked with and vetted every single person on our team. They understand my email marketing philosophy and they excel at it. Our agency's superpower is creating automated email campaigns that sell while you sleep. Right there. That's a huge value prop. If we look back at this original copy, what's the huge value prop? It just feels weak.
Yeah.
It feels like it lacks confidence in itself.
Probably for good reason.
Yeah. Yeah. So look at this. You don't need a lot of copy. We work for clients like, there you go. Instant social proof right there to show the logos. Here's who we can help. You got to have an email list. Duh. You know, this is all called qualification and disqualification copy. You got to be cool. If you've ever been described as a sociopath or an egomaniac, then we don't want to work with you. And then more social proof. More social proof from Robert fucking Kiyosaki. Like, this is good copy. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It's very direct. And it can be very direct because, one, the business owners who land here know they need email copy. You don't need to sell businesses on making more money. And that's why this copy is able to get away with having that value proposition.
Yeah.
Because there's multiple benefits baked into this single sentence. It's very good. All right. So that's basis of comparison. That's why this particular page is not working. So
next.
So this is from Mercy again. They posted twice.
I'll open it up, see if it's long.
You are way kind. Normally you're the mean one, and today you are much kinder than I am.
I mean, this will be quick because it's just like we've done so many. There's only a couple left. Why leave them?
Oh, you have some cost fallacy. That's why.
Well, it's not that. It's just like, oh, it'd be a shame to like leave these ones left over because then they'll be there next week. May as well just suffer now. You know.
True.
Now, like that's not necessarily true. These people might not even submit it again next week. Blah blah blah. But it's like, you know, we got 90% of the way there. We may as well finish.
Okay. Here's the rule. So we're going to read up until we would click off as a reader.
Okay.
Trust the process. How to write landing pages. But how do I write a landing page? What even is a landing page? How is it different from a sales page? If you still find yourself uttering these phrases, then this masterclass was made especially for you. Join Alex, who has written hundreds of landing pages, as he reveals his simple-to-follow process for churning out great copy that converts. Oh, and watch him write a full landing page in a single session so you no longer feel confused or unsure about what writing copy actually looks like as a professional copywriter.
That's actually pretty good.
I don't think it's very good.
I mean, I think it does something better than what a lot of the earlier ones were. Like it's not, sure, it's not fantastic, whatever, but it's calling out people the first couple lines, how effective those calls are, is the right audience, whatever. Sure, we can quibble about that. By saying, hey, qualifying people for the product, saying this is for you, simple formula, blah, 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 blah. I would like to see more like benefits. This is what you'll be able to do. This is how this is going to transform your life, whatever. But it's short. It's to the point. It says what the thing is.
Yeah.
For like this on this page, I don't think it needs to do a ton. So, I think it's a better execution, even if the quality of like the routine itself wasn't worth a ton of points, but they sucked the landing.
I don't really like it, but it's not enough for me to click off yet.
Okay.
Hold on one second. We got to check something. And what is it? Trust the process? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Trust the process. How to write landing pages. It's the copy that's already up there.
Oh.
It's the copy that we were paying people to change.
Oh, wait, what? Is there a different page?
No, this is it. This is
No, I mean,
our
sorry.
page.
Did they have a different page?
No. They just copy pasted the original copy.
Did they change? But they added the bottom to it, I guess. It's so funny. That's actually so funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't love it. I don't love it.
Okay. Well,
but
I appreciate
again, that's why
that.
we're paying to get it changed.
But one of us wrote that then.
Yes.
Okay. So,
but I mean, the reason why we're paying people to, yeah, well, I mean, as Evan said, watch us savage ourselves live. Yeah, no, this copy sucks. That's why we're paying you guys to change it.
Okay, that's the funniest thing that's happened in a long time.
It is pretty funny, and of course, it happened 4 hours and 26 minutes into this goddamn stream. Ugh. All right. How many web pages did you go through before landing here? Have you ever clicked a link from Google? Have you ever bought anything from Amazon? Have you ever browsed the Apple website? Have you ever been on the internet? Well, if you are here, then the answer to the very last question should be yes. What? I think we're trying to be funny here.
Yep.
Almost everything you see on the web can be a landing page. Even this is a landing page. You probably got here from a series of landing pages after landing pages. Any of them could have been written and paid for by a copywriter, just like you. Mastering landing page copy makes you an extremely versatile.
It's a little hyperbolic.
It's not even hyperbolic. If it's, hyperbolic for me is like, this is going to pay you $38,000 and eat you out in like 28 minutes. Like,
okay, that would certainly be more hyperbolic. Sure.
Yes. Guaranteed full money back. So like, this for me, what is this trying to do? I feel like everybody watching right now is just watching us like mentally deteriorate because, again, we've been doing this for 4.5 hours. Like, I have no brain cells left. Have you ever clicked a link from Google? Have you ever bought anything from Amazon? The whole premise of this is being like, you know what landing pages are. And also, hey, did you know you can get paid to write those pages? Those pages are things that you can write.
Yeah.
That's not compelling to me.
Yeah, the logic kind of, I appreciate the logic. Like, hey, have you been on the internet? this is a thing. You've seen these things. You could write them. They're everywhere. There's so many of them. There's lots of opportunity, blah, blah, blah. But I agree that it's not lending.
Yeah. It's like, for example, if we started, like, the whole premise is teaching people how the internet works. Like, give me a break. Let's actually do something that's more geared towards, like, being benefit driven and actually getting the attention of people that we're trying to get the attention to, prospective copywriters.
Mhm.
And for that reason, I think that you're just burying the lead here. It's not working.
Yeah.
And it ends very quickly. Once you know the basics of and trust Alex's process, you'll never get stuck with with a blank page syndrome. Yeah, that's not working for me. We have a fact. Yeah, I think this needs to be reconceived, and this needs to be taken off our webpage right now.
That's the difference between me and you, though, is that someone showed us our own copy, and I went to bat for it, and you were like, "Fuck that shit! It's trash," and the people who wrote it are trash.
Yeah, it is. Again, we're not having this contest because the copy that's up there is good.
I think it's not good. It's fine. It's okay. It gets the job done.
I will not look. This whole
Well enough for
stream,
me to
I've
sleep.
been ripping people apart and then being like, "But actually, your copy is fine."
All right, next one. We got one more to do.
I would agree with this. At least the copy on your webpage sounds human instead of AI.
Sounds like us.
Yeah. All right, and we got this. Please read this first. I refuse. Kidding. Hey guys, I put together this wireframe to make it easier for you guys to follow. I totally ripped this from how Cody usually does it. Cody is a beast. I'm actually working with Cody. She's done several of these product pages, and I'm working with her on another project for something I'm doing on the side.
Nice.
She's crushing it. So big shout out to her. Here are a few small adjustments and additional context that might help you as you read through. Reader, this is for people who've tried to get clients in the past, but they fail to effectively do so. I changed the title to Prospect to Profit.
Okay. I might add like a from at the beginning.
Yeah.
Because like prospect to profit is like, it sounds like it could be like verb instead of noun. But I like it.
Yeah. No. Okay. Good so far. I'm liking it. While keeping the same AI-generated image because I think it is way more direct and benefit-driven. Also, the old title uses more principles that Alex shows in his masterclasses, therefore putting it as a bullet, and the USP is a far better approach. Love you guys.
I love when people tell us why the logic of their copy is better than ours. And I mean that like 100%.
Yeah, yeah, I like it. All right. If you find yourself thinking, why is no one replying to my messages, despite sending 50, 100, or even 200 pitches every single day, this is for you. Okay, good so far. I got a call out. I like this call out better than what we have for the other thing. The hard to swallow truth is that your pitches get ignored because they're too generic and fail to grab attention. But what if, just by applying two simple principles to get your pitches, what if just by applying two simple principles to your pitches could turn the tide?
It's what if applying two simple pitches could turn the tide.
Got it. Sorry. Again, Lizdexia, and we're 4 hours and 30 minutes in. You can't expect me to
also
read it.
they have extra words there that shouldn't be there.
Yeah. So
It's there for
line edit needed there. Turn the tide and make your... Even if it's grammatically correct, you need a line edit. God damn it. The tide and make your outreach far more intriguing and reply-worthy. Hard to believe, right? Except that's what you'll discover in this masterclass. I'm already liking this.
Yeah, I would change that the end of the sentence about that one. So don't say and make your outreach far more intriguing and reply-worthy, because someone's outreach, I don't think it's something that people perceive very strongly about themselves, like, oh, that's my outreach, whatever. Spell it out in terms of like the benefits to that person. So you can say, and earn you more replies, make your pitches better, blah, blah. Like make it concrete to the person. This is too abstract.
Yeah.
Especially for someone who's newer, because a lot of people don't even conceive of having an outreach method. They're just kind of blindly cold messaging people.
To sort of like translate what you're saying, there's no, for a newbie, inherent benefit to making outreach more intriguing.
Yes. Thank you.
And so you need to sort of tease out that benefit. For me, so far, this whole sentence was pretty weak. This is the thing that needs to change. Everything else is doing okay.
Yep.
So what you'll discover in this masterclass. Join Alex Myatt as he reveals for the very first time the two deceptively simple yet powerful client acquisition principles.
Yes. One other thing. Can we change the sentence hard to believe, right? Two up. So hard to believe, right? I want that dead.
Okay.
As in, like, maybe this is a me thing, but sentences that are like, it feels like one of those things that invites doubt. It like kind of self-deprecating. Oh, it's hard to believe, right? No, it's not hard to believe. Outreach is a skill. People know the skill. The notion that someone out there on the internet might be able to offer you a technique to make your outreach better should not be hard to believe. And if someone says it is hard to believe, then they're going to read the rest of the copy with doubt. And so, like, don't give them the opportunity to be like, oh, yeah, it's impossible.
I suspect that what this person is trying to do is do what's called a micro commitment, which is when you are, especially when you're selling from the stage, but this works for VSLs and sales letters as well, is you give somebody a claim or a benefit, and then you sort of cap it off with like, that's amazing, right? Isn't that amazing? Like, wouldn't that change your life? And like, the whole premise is to get people to like nod yes. That works really well if you are kind of like going back to my Lego brick analogy before, stacking Legos and putting them together and building towards something. This is preview copy, basically. I don't think you need to get a micro commitment here. I don't think it's working as well as you think it is. I don't think it's necessary at this point. And like, you really need to like drive home the benefit or the claim that you're making about something being amazing before you ask them like, well, isn't that hard to believe? Sort of to your point, Rod, which is like, if you're going to talk about something being hard to believe and like sort of call out people's bullshit meter and like cause it to flare up, you need to actually say something that would flare up somebody's bullshit meter. Because there's no point in addressing skepticism, disbelief, if you haven't said anything that's really that hard to believe. But now I'm just repeating what you said.
Yeah.
Join Alex Myatt as he reveals for the very first time the two deceptively simple. All right, that took him from desperately hunting for his first gig on Fire to getting hired by tons of high-paying clients and ultimately becoming the head of marketing for a multi-million-dollar health tech company. This is strong. It just needs some polish. This is on its way. This is so close. This is very close. What?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Guys, I was joking about a 7-hour stream. Her probably left and came back.
That's funny.
But yes, I also co-signed Deep Work. It's a great book.
After reading your pitches, we could not hire you. I want you to play around with that. So, okay. I already talked before about how negation in English is convoluted. It creates more confusion than not. And so sometimes you want to achieve that effect. Sometimes you want to achieve that what effect to grab people by the eyeballs. This gets lost in this sentence. One way to do that very simply is to go, after reading your pitches, ... we could not hire you. Can all capitalize NOT, all caps. We couldn't not hire you. So just by playing around with punctuation and orthography, you can make this a little bit easier to read. And that's something you want to keep in mind, especially when you're going to be playing around with something sort of cutesy like a double negative. So, oh, I need to go pretty quickly after this.
Okay.
Rod, would you mind taking over?
On one condition.
Yes.
You have to read our Discord chat. I just posted a funny picture.
Okay. I need to I do need to go. Yes. Jared is a very funny man.
Yeah, very funny.
So, okay. Love this. I'm loving what I'm reading so far. I want to give this a little bit more time when I'm not like under the gun and I have to go like right now. Why don't we come back to this? But like tree? Is it tree or try? What is your
Great
preferred
question.
pronunciation?
I always say tree, and I would love to know this because you're awesome.
Yeah. Okay, listen. Go through and look for edits like that and look for small edits like that and then come back for the next Whetstone Wednesday because I have a feeling like that we're going to accept this. It's tree. Okay, cool. Yeah, go through and give it a little bit of a polish. I'm already leaning towards yes, and then we'll give you more detailed feedback when we're not like brain dead and stuff like that. I promise that we'll bump you to the top of the queue, and if we don't bump you to the top of the queue, be like, hey, what the hell? I said I love you guys, and yet you didn't keep your promise. Well, then I'll feel really bad, and we'll bump you to the top of the queue.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
I got a boogie. Kaylee has a class, and I need to watch the kids. So, everybody, I love you. I hope you learned a lot. Take care. That's the end of the stream.
All right. Peace.
Bye.